Hey y'all, I am sorry I'm late. Life was life and a lot going on. Um, but I am here. I am here. Hold on, y'all. Seriously, hold up, y'all. Tommy just went live. We might have to pop up in there real quick. But anyway, um, I am sorry I'm late, y'all. Life is life, and I had to pull myself together. But I am here. I am here. I appreciate y'all for coming back through. Looks like y'all, a lot of y'all were here earlier. Looks like Prime was here. Hey, Prime. Derek, always in the house. 18, RBN, as always. Eric, thank you for coming. All right, y'all. Um, okay. So let me start off by apologizing for not coming on Saturday. Um, Life was life, and I ain't even gonna sit here and hold y'all. Like I was not okay Saturday. So that is why I was not on. But we will cover that tomorrow for our Tommy Tuesdays. Um, but again, forgive me for not making it like I said I would. Um um okay. Um Tonight we are going to talk about which is more important, the message or the messenger. Yeah, look, I got some glitter on me. Um, Now this is tricky because this is something I know I personally have struggled with missing the message because of the messenger. Um, hey Drew, how you doing? Um, you have to say the message. Okay. Um, I would I would agree with that, Eric. But what happens when you miss the message because you're focused on the messenger? You know what? Let me go ahead because I said I was going. Y'all gonna have to help me out tonight. For real, for real. I'm gonna try to pull it together as best I can, but yeah, I'm gonna need a little help tonight. Um, yeah, because actually I saw this yesterday. In a stream that I was moderating, the message was completely lost because of the messenger. Even though, and we're gonna take a look at that particular um message this evening as well. The message that was being presented was completely different from what this particular person is currently in the I guess you call it the news. What they're being discussed about at this time was completely different from what their message was, but we never got to the message because everybody wanted to talk about what they currently have going on. So even though we're talking about this, what I'm saying, from a social media aspect, this happens in life. Like, this is a daily occurrence. What I am wanting to do is to be able to identify when it's happening, why it's happening, and come up with solutions to stop it from happening in the moment. Like, I know it's not something that's gonna stop happening, period, but we need to at least, get to a point where we can, call it out in the moment so that the message is not completely lost because of some foolishness. And for those of y'all who've not figured out who I'm talking about Dr. Umar. But also, in what'd you say, Eric? It might not be the messenger that you want, but did you receive the message, or the messenger lacks the ability to give you the information correctly? No. Okay. So we're going to look at Dr. Umar, and we're going to look at Anthony Mackie, because he's been in the news as well for his comments in regards to masculinity. In both instances, in my opinion, for me, the messenger did not have a problem relaying the message correctly. It was other things that have gone on that were the focus of the messenger that weren't related. Well, in one case, it wasn't related to the message. With, hey Lionel, how you doing? Hope all been well. Yeah, guys, definitely hit that like button. So with Umar, what he was talking about, for me, he was relaying that message correctly. There wasn't a breakdown in his ability to relay the message. Now with Anthony Mackie, I perceived his message to be contradictory to his actions, but we're gonna get to that in a little bit. So for me, with his message, that was kind of where I was getting stuck. I'm like, okay, you are saying you move this way, but we got actual evidence of you moving this way. So are you moving each way with conditions? Like, which one's really you? So that was kind of my on that. But with Umar, everybody want to talk about, saying baby mamas and this and that, and then he want to talk about that. Nothing in the, I guess you call it, the speech, he wasn't talking about relationships. He wasn't talking about parenting. So why the complete conversation was about him, and his baby mamas and what's going on with his daughter and all of that. But we're gonna get to the whole sorry saga of Dr. Umar and this daughter of his, and their public hash out of their disagreement and breakdown in their relationship. I'm gonna say it like that. Because I mean, as old people would say, even a broken clock is right twice a day. In my 30s, wishful thinking. In my 46 and a half years, I've never come across anybody who was wrong 100% of the time. But if you look around on social media, you would think that's the majority of people. So, we're gonna start out with Anthony Mackie. I just find it interesting. I'm gonna say this, and then we're gonna get into the clip. With him, and maybe I'm missing something, has never really been one of the Black go-to actors when, we need commentary. Like, he's not somebody that, even though, he's been around for a while, and, he does have a body of work, he's not the first name that pops up into your head when you say, let's go, talk to an entertainer about the Black experience and being a Black man. He ain't really the first one that's gonna pop in your head. And I think he's a good actor. In the things that I've seen him in, I haven't seen his his Marvel work. I don't do Marvel. That ain't my vibe. But the other things that I've seen him in, he has, for lack of a better term, he has been an ain't shit nigga in every movie I've seen him in. He ain't been worth a damn. Especially in what was it Repentance with him and Mike Epps and Forrest Whitaker? Like, he wasn't shit in that movie right there. He ruined 5 or 6 different lives because he was on some complete me bullshit. But anyway, so for me, yeah, I'm gonna stay off the side note. I'm gonna stay off the TikTok shop. Had some gadgets coming today in the mail. Yeah, he just, in the things that I've seen him, he has not been a upstanding citizen or a representative black man at all. But I believe that. So we are going to take we're gonna take a look at his masculinity comments. Actually gonna start at just about a minute before he gets into that, so that we can get the full, transition into it and get the unedited and full context of what's going on. So let's go ahead and get into that. Don't want to go there. No, let's go there. Okay.
Oh shit. So I'm looking at my kids like, so I don't say nothing. My oldest son's on his phone. My second son's knee deep in these fucking gummy worms, right? The 2 little ones are fighting and throwing popcorn at each other. So I'm like, bruh, look at the fucking screen. So everybody behind us go, oh my God, are you okay? Oh, they missed the whole trailer. Whole trailer. Like, what's wrong with you, Dad? Fuck it. But with Captain America is interesting because I try to keep my boys outside of it. Like, I don't want my boys affected by it or even acknowledge the idea of what Hollywood is and what it means to the general populace. Because I want them to find their own path. And we're blessed. Like, we're put in a position where we can afford our kids the best. Mm-hmm. You know, we're in a position where our grandkids, our great-grandkids will be provided for. You know, we weren't like that.
Fuck it up.
You know, I know on the West Bank you wasn't like that.
No doubt.
Yeah, y'all ate, Vienna sausages and poking beans,
I did, though.
That's what I'm saying. But that's up. Real. Yeah. That's where we came from. I keep my boys humble. Like, my boys have never had a pair of Jordans. My boys don't do all that internet fly shit.
Let's stop with
I'm like,
that.
your kids. And
Okay, so now, sir, you just said that you have, work to put, yourself in a position where your kids, can have, opportunities and the best and all of this and all of that. How would wearing Jordans, if that's what you want, change that? Because we start off not making sense. Oh Lord, he got Trucker. Yeah, Lord, what's going on, Trucker? What's happening?
Hey, I finally caught you. Well, how you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine. What I do? What I do? Why you say, "Oh Lord"? What did I do?
No. No, because you. This gonna be interesting. Can you answer that for me?
Answer what?
Okay, so we're looking at Anthony Mackie, right? We're coming into his masculinity comment. He just, made a statement about, how, his working hard, has allowed, him to make sure that his kids, have, the best and, best opportunities and this, that, and the fourth. But then he goes and starts talking about how they don't have, how they don't get to wear Jordans. I'm like, you can't raise good kids and have to wear Jordans at the same time?
I don't think it's that. I think it's the image that 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 comes behind people that wear Jordans or anything like that. I kind of
Okay.
understand what he was saying.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because like even me, I rock Jordans because I like Jordans. Just
Hmm.
be personally. But in today's society, if you want to be honest, everybody really don't like Jordans. They just wearing them because other people is wearing them instead of them actually liking the shoe. So
Okay.
what he's saying is like I want my kids or just my surroundings to have their own mind and their own personality. You don't
Hmm.
have to like what other people like just because they like it. If you like Jordans, you like Jordans. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta like Jordans, not because of everything else. I kind of understand what he's saying. Because
Okay.
even with my son, I buy my son Jordans, but my son wear the Jordans, but he love him some Air Max 95s. He love
See,
him
that's
some New
me.
Balance.
That's me.
You,
I am
you
a
know,
MX and Air Force One to my heart. Like, yeah, Jordans make my feet hurt, and then I only like certain ones. Like, I'm not a
right, right.
stand outside.
But
I stand
see,
outside for some Air Max, but I ain't stand outside for no Jordans. I ain't doing
but
it.
that's what I tell my son all the time. I tell my son all the time, you got to be your own man first. If you gonna like something, like it because you like it, and not what society wants you to like.
Hmm.
So I understand what he was saying, like you know, Jordans and stuff like that. I even like I just buy Jordans for myself now. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying?
Hmm.
Because I like the Jordans. My son, he got his own personality. He got his own swag. He got his own persona. You get what I'm saying? His own character. He's grown into a man now.
Okay.
So that's I kind of get what he was saying. But
Okay.
that's pretty much it. Because the image is you ain't black if you ain't rocking Jordans,
Well,
basically.
I guess I'll never be. I think I've had 4 pair, maybe. I
Nah,
think,
I'm just a shoe
yeah,
head
4.
regardless. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I'm just a shoe head regardless. But I mean, it's just the image that comes with, you know what I'm saying? Like when they like people, you see what people talk about. Well, like the image of watermelon. You know what I'm saying?
And
Oh, it's a
chicken.
black. But you didn't chicken. That's the image. Like even with Jordans.
Hmm.
So it's not true. But you know what I'm saying? I get what he's saying though.
Okay.
So that's pretty
Um.
much it.
Okay. Any idea as to why now? I mean, he's like been in the how many Marvel movies has he been in? Because I don't watch Marvel. That's why I'm asking.
He been in a lot of them.
Okay, so why now?
What you mean? Why now?
Why would come out with these comments now?
This ain't the first time.
It's not.
No,
Okay.
no. He listen. The one thing I like about him is
Mm-hmm.
that he mean what he say and he say what he means. He even there's a clip. I don't even know if you remember when he was on Wendy Williams show,
Mm-mm.
and the clip was when she was like, I can't remember exactly how it went, but it was something about, well, you want me to pull your chair out, right? If a dude come up and smack you, you want me to protect you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. It was like, okay, so why don't you go? Why don't you go and make your man a sandwich? You know what I'm saying? And they went left. Oh, you can't be.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Maybe y'all can help me with that because I don't understand it. My thing with the and cooking and fixing a plate is slavery and all of this and all that. Like where in the history of black relationships has it even in the color purple Celie wasn't, you know what I'm saying, she didn't cook and then have to stand there and watch Mr. eat, and then if he left some scraps then she would eat. That didn't happen. Why is that like the mindset, like you have to cook but then you can't eat? Hell,
But that's
if you a decent cook, technically you don't ate first because you tasted it as you cooked it.
but that's what he was trying to, saying that's
Like,
that's what he
what
was
is that
trying
now?
to explain. Like they was up there trying to, oh well, he was like, well, let me ask you. He said it like, well, I mean, you could just make me a sandwich, make daddy a sandwich. And she was like, well, I don't know about that. He was like, okay, well, let me ask you, when you, what am I supposed to do as a man? I'm supposed to put your chair out? Yes, okay. So when a dude smack you, you want me to smack you, smack dude up and protect you, right? Absolutely. Okay, so make daddy a sandwich. That basically means if you want the man to give the best of him, you got to give the best of him. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
You have to
give the
treat
best.
him
You want to get
accordingly
the best
too.
of you, so you can get the best of him. Like
Right.
it makes
You-
perfect sense to me. But I mean, I've come across women who don't get it. I've come across men who don't get it. But my thing is, can we get to why some random dudes just coming up smacking the shit out of her? I mean, any woman. Like
I'm,
I'd be
I
confused.
don't either. I don't either.
I don't
Listen.
experience that. Like I don't when I wherever I go, it could be the grocery store, it could be, on my daily walk around the neighborhood, it could be
Mhm.
a doctor's office, it could be the courthouse. I don't have problems with men. Black men, white men, Chinese men, purple men, gray men. I speak, they speak. Most of the time they shocked that I'm speaking. Like I don't have these interactions that go left in the street on a regular basis.
But see, that's
Like,
what's I don't even know if you saw the. I'm glad he said what he said and he stood on it. I
mhm,
appreciate that, man, because me and Angry Man got into it because of a situation like this.
mhm,
Um, about Christopher Columbus. You remember the dude that was the dancing dude
mhm,
from Stump the Yard? Because he was
mhm.
saying what he was saying. He was telling the truth or whatever, and then he came back and was like, "Oh, I apologize," and all this other bull BS. And I was like, "See, this is that,
Y'all
this
can't
that
stand that. Say
bullshit."
if you're gonna say it and you know you being recorded, don't come back later on trying to apologize for that. Stand on that. Because that's when I
Yeah,
start losing respect.
yeah, and me and Angry Man got into it because I said these, like, I understand the manosphere or whatever you want to call it,
Mhm,
and I respect it when it first started, but
mhm,
what I'm seeing now is a lot of dudes is not standing on business. You
mm-mm.
get what I'm saying?
So
Like,
watch out. Yeah,
and,
because
and we got
I don't know
into
if
it
you
about.
were you in Iz's. Did you see Iz on Saturday? Because he tried to come, every man tried to come for me. I was like, whoa, 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 hold up. Yeah, he tried to come for me because some comments I made in the chat. But I'm like,
I'm trying to remember.
women are not wrong all the time. Now we wrong a lot, but we ain't wrong 100% of the time. And
No, no,
like, did you see
I'm
the show?
not.
Because I'm gonna actually do a review.
I well, I said something after, but what was we talking about? Like, I can't remember exactly what it
But yeah,
was,
at the
but
time he was coming for me, we was talking about it. Well, when it first came on, he was talking about his talking about Lil Is and him and the Latino women. And I was like, Lord. And I was talking about, what I'm saying, the what could be in some circles considered programming to where, what I'm saying, our, what I'm saying, um black male, what I'm saying, youth is just automatically not looking at black women at all.
oh no, it's not. It's not the pro. Like, even my son, I always tell him. That's why I was trying to say the is before. Like,
Mm,
you know, my son, he already, like, he even, Hong Kong. He want to move to Hong Kong and start his legacy there, and like, and I'm like, you don't want to be with a black woman, and he said the same, almost the same exact thing. Um, is his son said. You get what I'm saying? Like, the girls overlook him, and this, that, and the third, and I'm like, well, which ones are treating you with the respect the most?
mhm,
Oh, well, it's the Latino women and it's the Asian girls. He's like, the black girls, they be trying to clown him because, you know, he not, he ain't got no, no dreads or nothing like that. I was like,
mhm,
I said, you know what, son, that's effed up, man. I was like, listen, all black women ain't like that. You see that from your mother. You see
mhm,
how she rock out. That's not all black women. But I will say this.
mhm.
Always remember, go where you are loved and appreciated. Just don't bring no white woman in this house. That's all
Uh,
I had.
and I completely understand that, and I think, well, I know what I found interesting in the conversation before people, you know what I'm saying, put on they red pill hard hat and got their pitchfork and just started, you know what I'm saying, trying to drill their point home is we all see what's directly in front of us, but we tend to take what we see directly in front of us and apply it to everywhere. Like you can
Mm,
be, I know like where I am. I could be in one side of town and be around some of the worst black people I've ever seen in my life. I can take a
mm,
20-minute ride to the next section of town and be with some of the best black people I ever seen in my life. So from what I'm seeing, a lot of us take what's going on right in the moment and then, you know what I'm saying, apply that to every black person they come in
everybody.
contact with. Because what's happening at one school might not be happening at the other school. Your person might not be.
Hmm.
I know when I was in school, my person
Right,
was. I was in school, my person was in college. I'm just saying.
right,
But
right.
so I think, you know what I'm saying, for our youth to take experiences that they're having in the, because that was one thing he was talking about. We only been, you know what I'm saying, speaking our mind about a decade or so. It did. Well, if you got a 12-year-old saying all of this and you've been saying this for 10 years, that's enough time for them, you know what I'm saying, to be indoctrinated, so to speak. Like, let's do some basic math. You got a 12-year-old, because we know now, first thing people do with their kids is go get them a cell phone, put them on a tablet, throw them in front of the TV. These kids can't read, but they know how to get on YouTube. So if you 12, 13 years old and you've been absorbing this for 10 years, that's more than enough. Like you
Well,
can't stand on one end for what women do to, you know what I'm saying, their kids, and then not, you know what I'm saying, put it on the other end. And that was kind of the point I was trying to make. But he wanted to have his little moment and get all into, you know what I'm saying, to the, y'all did this, y'all did that, y'all did this. So I was like, I'm gonna let you go ahead and have that.
well, I don't think he. Well, I get because it does look like that. I'm gonna be honest, but what he was basically saying is, it was never a problem until men really started speaking up for the last 10 years,
Mm,
which is true because if you really go back, majority of the stuff that's been painted, like if you think about it, you can ask your male cousins or your dad. Man, we've been hearing niggas ain't shit since before we was 3 years old. I can still remember stuff, and I was like in the 90s. So
mm,
we've been hearing, paying the price for deceitful men of old times, like since the 1970s. So it was all good until men started speaking up, which is about 2015, I think. Maybe about
yeah,
2014,
15, 16, something
2015.
like that.
And which I was saying was if men really, and I ain't saying all women, because I know there's some good mothers, you know what I'm
Mm,
saying? But if a lot of the men was to open their mouth and tell the truth and say, yo, the things I went through, you know, the things I went through, there would be a different story right now. But a lot of dudes they stay quiet. You get what I'm
mm,
saying? And I was saying also that even when I was growing up, um, I used to hear what my mother used to tell me: "Don't bring no white milk in this house."
mm-hmm,
You know what that mean? But at the same
mm-hmm,
time, on a sly, I used to hear my mother telling my sisters, 'cause I got twin sisters, and I was like
mm.
5 years old, and she used to tell them from then, "Get you a white man."
Okay, see,
And
like
I,
I have never been around that. Like for real. I guess
yeah,
I'm
no, that's what I was saying. Like in today's society, that's what's being taught. Like it's not even like it's a lot of that being taught, including the fact that growing up, I used to hear if a woman hit you, you put your hands on that woman, and I used to come from my mother. Now my dad's on the other hand, or my uncles, they used to tell me straight up, you put your hands on a woman, we're gonna beat your ass.
mm-hmm,
Straight you better not put your hands on a woman. But I was hearing them words come from my mother, and I was hearing them words come from other women. You know what I'm saying? So
mm-hmm,
I don't believe in that. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of this, a lot is that's basically what's really going on. Which is why I said I think the fact is that a lot of women is teaching their sons, or not their sons, but their kids to fantasize white people. And that is a big no for me.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not. No. Which if like, and you said something that's pretty um accurate to what Joe Button was saying.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to say this shit to Melissa Ford. Cause she was talking about this dumbass, this trying, make an excuse, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said if you always make decisions based on sexual assault victims' outlook, then you're gonna always bypass everything else. Because
Mm-hmm.
there's men that has cornerstone, that's legacy. There's a lot of good men, this, that, and the third. But because we always look at everything in a sexual assault victim's eye lens, ain't nothing good in this world, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And and you pretty much said the same thing too. They take this one situation they had through this experience, and they basically run with it throughout their entire life. And I don't think that's just in our community. I think that's just within the states. Everybody does this shit. Not, you know what I'm saying? Like every decision, everything. Even the television shows that we watch right now is always through like a sexual assault victim's mind. Nobody's not making a clear cut conscience, and we're seeing it in today's time of the outcome, especially in our community. Hell, they talking about. You saw what Doechii said.
Yeah.
A straight black man is a red flag. I what? But you out here making the music about you walking in with your dude being gay with another gay man and all this other goofy shit,
This
and now you want to paint
dysfunction.
straight black men like this? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
bruh, like, man. And I'm like, yo, my son ain't even 16. He ain't even grown. And that's the outlook that everybody look. That's how he's being looked at right now before he even turned into a grown man.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the whole, what I'm saying, the whole essay and being a victim and all of that, I'm gonna be honest, I've worked with them. I psych major in college, so I did a lot of work with them. Most of them don't tell their story. And from what I see, a lot of that, what I'm saying, because usually, when you hear that, you kind of back off and you start making excuses for the person and all of that. And so a lot of them tell that lie to keep from, what I'm saying, having to um answer for their behavior. So you got these women who, what I'm saying, had these situationships with these men and they want the man, but the man really not, he like you, all right, but I ain't really trying to go there with you because, what I'm saying, I got some other chicks I'm trying to hit, so they run there, I'm gonna get pregnant. Then when they get pregnant, the man like, okay, like I still ain't trying to be with you like that, but I'm gonna take care of my kid. You know what I'm saying? They get a whole bunch of mess going and alienate the man and make it the way he just can't be bothered. So then when people start asking, because they ask, that's not, what I'm saying, I don't care what these chicks tell you, they mamas and they grandmamas and they aunties and all of them be asking, where the hell is this man? So when they can't tell the truth, they come up with, I'm saying, it was all this abuse going on and it was this and it was that and all this trauma. So, what I'm saying, it's a lie that's being, what I'm saying, passed on to for them to not have to answer for their jacked up decisions.
Well, you know what? That's funny that you said that because even Melissa Ford, who keep going out here and saying what she's saying about men and how we predators and all this other bullshit on Joe Budden's podcast, this the same woman who admitted, yo, when I was a video vixen, I was proposed to, and instead of respecting my man, I was out here running the streets.
Mm-hmm.
I was out here doing this, that, and the third while I had a good dude.
Mm-hmm.
And then we broke up, and then I got with another man who proposed to. So
Well, now
yeah, she.
I don't know if you trying to date a video vixen, she's somewhere on her knees and on her back. Like, how good of a dude are you? Like, let's be for real.
Well, this is the dude that she was with before. She wasn't a video vixen at all. So she had a
Okay,
good dude
okay,
she met,
okay.
and she was with this dude because I guess she's from Canada, but
Hmm.
she was with this guy, um, and they was damn.
So okay,
Can you hear me?
Let yeah, I can hear you. Um,
Yeah, my bad.
and this for you and anybody else in the chat. So you know what I'm saying, because we started out, you know what I'm saying, go, you know what I'm saying, where you respected and loved and appreciated and all of that. So how did Melissa Ford turn out like that with a white mama?
Because she was doing what she needed to do.
What does that mean?
She was doing what she said she basically she was just doing whatever she needed to do, and she was lying and all this other stuff, and dude proposed to her, and she was just doing whatever she was out there even before like when she became a video vixen.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And
She had a white mama, you know what I'm saying, who, you know what I'm saying, supposedly, hey Ebony, knew, you know what I'm saying, knew how to act and you know what I'm saying was good. And I'm assuming she was, good to Melissa Daddy and all of that. How the hell Melissa ended up so far off track? Since you do
cause
what you know.
cause she's always like she just sat there and tried to do on Joe Budden bullshit. Oh well, I was 8 years old and a maintenance man, and that's the,
That doesn't make any damn
it
sense.
don't make any sense. But she put that pic. She tried to paint that picture in which Joe Budden was like, "Man, we're not going for that bullshit. Y'all don't. Y'all always trying to go through this lens instead of like listening to the man. Like that was the whole discussion about this Anthony. What he said, Anthony Mackie.
Mhm,
Exact. They was going over this about exactly what you're going talking about right now,
mhm.
and she wasn't listening.
But let me get this. So let me. Well, at this point with her, I wouldn't expect her to listen. But what I'm interested is how she got that way. Because again, even if let's say she telling the truth about being violated when she was 8 years old, again with your good white mama and your black daddy and everybody of that, how was you even there by yourself for all that? Because maintenance men come during working hours. And eight means 8 year olds need to be at school. But I'm gonna leave that alone. So, but again, um. Oh, I forgot. She said she didn't say nothing. So still, because I'm
Right.
46 years old, and my daddy came for Christmas. So he came the beginning of December, and he actually left that President's Day. What was that holiday we had in February? Whichever one it was, that's when he left. And he, you know what I'm saying? And I had a couple things going on, and I'm like, hell, he could tell like what's going on. So if I'm
You're right,
grown and my daddy can see that. How both your parents don't see that and you 8 years old. The story don't come together, man.
man.
That's not working.
Right, but
So I'm like, did you
she,
just dedicate yourself to being ratchet?
man, listen, and that's the point that Joe Budden basically like. You gotta watch that and watch that just a clip of it
Yeah, I
because
saw it. I saw what
that
she had. I
I'm
was
just
like, girl,
yeah.
shut up.
It didn't make any sense. Like you're talking about you have a daughter and this daughter. He's like, yo, I don't. He don't. You don't need to talk to the daughters. Talk to the man. Like yo, y'all keep. This is why Anthony Mackie said they're trying to basically, and we've known it for a while now, but I'm
Mm-hmm,
glad he said it out loud so niggas can hear it loud and clear.
mm-hmm,
Cause they ain't gonna listen to the regular smuggler dude. Nah, we gonna listen to the nigga that's playing Captain America. Cool. He said it loud and clear.
mm-hmm.
Y'all trying to paint this picture for masculinity to be dead, and that's some bullshit. And
Well, do you think masculinity is dead and you guys are in the process of trying to resuscitate it?
I think
Ebony,
you
we
know
gonna
what?
get to
That's a
that.
good
We
question.
ain't got there yet. We gonna get there. Just hang on. We gonna
Yeah,
get
yeah,
there.
that's a good
We
question.
ain't
I ain't
there
gonna
yet.
hold you.
We're just getting started. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Trey.
Yeah, I think we are right there. I think the Gen Z and millennials is not the boomer generation is disappearing now. I
Mm,
think we're heading back to what we know, you know what I'm saying, to what we know, how we was raised and the principles and morals and things like that. So I think we're heading back in that time. I would say I would say Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest. You know, saying grown men, niggas that don't have kids, trying to tell niggas how to be parents, and they rocking fingernail polish.
Ooh,
You
child. When I
know,
tell you I'm so tired of that, I'm like, what is this?
you know, like nah. You know, what I'm saying you got. Yeah, that shit is getting removed. I'm glad he was saying what he was saying.
Mm,
Um, you know, that's why I said like I appreciate him speaking up and standing on it. Um, yeah, and I understood what he was saying. Um, because I've said it numerous times. People be looking at me sideways because of how I raised my kids, and I'd be like, I ain't following what your nigga. I'm following the same principles I was raised up with. I'm
mm,
raising grown men. Not my sons ain't rocking no damn pink shirts. The hell or painted fingernails.
mm.
The hell we
I
talking
used
about?
to hate that. Child, be some fresh, it be some fresh Air Max or some Air Force Ones coming out. You know what I'm saying? They be, especially for like Valentine's, they usually be, that girly, baby pink. Man, I be in there trying to get my stuff at the Foot Locker, man. The damn dudes all up in here. I'm like, if y'all get out the damn way, like, they trying to bind up all the merchandise. Man, they be
Yo,
buying the shoes, they be buying
that's what
they
I'm
be buying the
saying. Like,
t-shirts and stuff. I'm like, man, you niggas up in here, like seriously.
man,
Damn
listen.
dudes buying up all the shoes. I was like, man, look, I ain't no,
Yeah,
no.
man, I'm not doing it. You get what I'm like? I'm following the same plays my father and my uncles, my grandmothers. Thank God, shout out to them because
Mm,
they wasn't having it. They was part of that old school generation too.
mm.
Not the boomers, but the one
Right.
before that.
So how did you and RBN and Eric Jordan and Iz and Cellulite and you know what I'm saying? How did all of y'all get silenced? Like what the hell happened?
You said how we get silenced?
Yeah.
It's not that we're silenced. It's the fact that society is trying to silence us. And if you want to be honest, um, anytime we speak, you ever notice it's always a crowd of people trying to tell us, you know what I'm saying, how to move. And
Mhm,
for a lot of other folks, they normally bend the knee. I'm not bending shit. I'm not bending the knee. I stand on what I mean what I say.
mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And the same goes for the men. I think that like a lot of men, especially if you look in this space, um, it's only a few men that stand 10 toes down,
That's what I'm
and
saying.
everybody
So
and everybody else follow the crowd. And that's why I say like you got it. Like it's gonna have to get to a point where we're gonna have to separate. You know what I'm saying? Who's who and what's
mhm.
what. So I don't think it's a silent thing. I just think it's it's a lot of like weak dudes. That's how I look
Right.
at it.
So I'm saying, so if you bend in the knee, wouldn't that mean that this ain't what we need to be doing? This is what I'm saying against what I'm saying my foundation.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
to get A,
Mhm.
B, C, and D, I'm gonna go ahead and ride. So I mean that's essentially silencing yourself,
Mhm. Yeah, that's exactly how society is right now. Like they be knowing this shit ain't good for them, but because the crowd is moving a certain way, they bend the knee.
right? Child,
They
that that
bend the
that
knee.
that verse, I can't, yo.
Think about it. The
Mm,
only time these people care is when it has something to do with their children, and that's the only time they say it ain't right. And it's like, no, 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 no. Don't say shit. You was just cheering this shit on about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 10 years ago
mm,
when you was young. No, no, no. Don't get bad now. That your kids is paying a price for the decisions and the actions you was rooting for. No, don't get upset now. No, accept it for what it is.
mm.
Oh, well, I don't like it. No, it's too late now. Mm-mm.
And
So
you don't like it for your kids, but it's all right for everybody else kids.
right, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying. And that's how it is. That's why I say like this shit is backwards. It's you won't really see the results until like the young ones um Anything that's under 16, you'll probably see the results. But anything after that, it's gonna be messed up for the next another maybe 5, 10 years. Give or take. After 5, 10 years, you'll see the results.
Okay.
'Cause these young dudes ain't having it. Anthony Mackie, he's on yeah, he's speaking on, saying that, and these young dudes is following suit because they see it and they not being quiet.
Mm.
They're not being quiet no more. These young dudes, like the story that you saw, the one that Cellulite posted, right?
Yeah.
That I didn't know nothing about. That was wild. But you see, the dudes is telling now, dude. The dude is speaking up, saying, "Hey, yo, I'm a victim. I'm a
Yeah, man,
victim."
that was crazy as hell.
You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know if you back then, like I don't know if you noticed, but this year and last year, a lot of these young dudes is telling on these teachers and these weird ass
Child,
individuals, and they
yeah, I,
ain't
I
being
don't I
silent.
don't understand that. I like man meat, so I'm not trying to be messing around with no vying the sausage. I don't get that. Like,
I don't get it either. But but see, I used when I was in high school. I know a nigga who was messing with a 25-year-old in high school. You know what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying? So as I said, most dudes was just being quiet. Most dudes they ain't being quiet no more. No, they airing shit out.
Yeah, that's trauma.
Young, yeah, these young dudes ain't having it. Mm-mm. They snitching. They snitching on 10. So that's why I say like it's a good thing
Mm-hmm.
now that I'm seeing. And a lot of people gonna have to pay. Like even now, just with this simple conversation with Anthony
Mm-hmm.
and him saying what he's saying, they out here losing their shit.
Right. And for me, it was because I've seen it a couple times. It was the I mean, it was just, you know what I'm saying, a conversation amongst black men. And I mean, they were just, wasn't like he, you know what I'm saying, like, hold on, let me take time out to say this. It was just natural conversation. I don't, which is what, in my growing up, what black men did, the barbershop, you know what I'm saying, cookouts. You know what I'm saying? My grandfather, you know what I'm saying, is a business owner. So, he would have, people to the house. They would, just conversation. Like,
Hmm.
you don't really see that now. So I'm like,
Hmm.
I guess people say that folks are afraid of what I'm saying, the unknown, what they haven't experienced. But I'm like, for me, this stuff is like, I mean, like Kevin Samuels was like, listening to him was like that literally took me back to my grandparents' house where he would, what I'm saying, be talking to constituents, what I'm saying, colleagues, all of that. Those are the conversations that they would have. So I'm like none of this is revolutionary to me. Like this is like I'm at
That's
home.
a fact. That's a fact. You know how many times I had to tell niggas, oh, I'm like, yo, these conversations ain't nothing new. You trying to tell me y'all didn't never had hear these conversations growing up?
I want to say
Nah, this.
a lot of them didn't. And Derek, like I understand what I'm saying is I was privy to the conversations because I was moving in a woman's role because like I said again, my grandfather, these men would come over, they would play pool, you know what I'm saying? They would have their little, meetings, talk about whatever they were gonna be doing. But my, what I'm saying, exposure to the conversation would be in bringing the sandwiches, bringing the wings, you know what I'm saying, filling up the drinks, making sure everybody good, clearing the dishes. That was my exposure to the conversation. Not, I'm
I,
just in here, oh, what y'all talking about? Like, no, I was
right.
in there.
I listen. I agree with you. My exposure to the conversation with women was damn near the same thing. My aunts and things like that. I used to hear it on the sly, like how you treat women and things like that. And I'm as I'm passing by, because women was with the women and the
Mm-hmm,
men with the men. I used to
mm-hmm,
sneak in, mom. Saying, mom, let me. I used to hear the conversation before I used to. They trying to slide in, and I had some good
mm-hmm,
aunt. Well, my mom is the only; she's the wildfire. So yeah.
mm-hmm.
So, but other ones, yeah. Uh, it's yeah. I agree with that though. Yeah, these conversations is they always try to play it as a talking point. Ain't none of this a talking point.
Right.
Almost all of it is a fact. It's just, you know, people try to play it as a talking point, or they try to play like people just taking their anger out on people and they incels and this, that, and the
Well, I
third.
mean, there is a lot of that going on, but I think in what we're looking at with Anthony again, you have three men who are true, truly on the same level. You know what I'm saying? They're, verifiably successful in, what they chose to do. Like he's an actor, old boy played ball. I forgot what the other dude did, but you know what I'm saying? They're for lack of a better term, they're equals. They're verified. We know who they are. We know, you know what I'm saying? They got the the experience and the credentials to, back up, you know what I'm saying, what's going on. A lot of these people
Mhm.
we looking at online, we don't know what the hell. We know what you say you got, but like we don't, most of these people are not verified.
I
They, you know
agree.
what I'm saying? They get on and talk about I did this and did that. But again, one thing, and I'll be looking, the majority of the successful men I know ain't got time to be sitting up on the internet 8, 9, 10 hours a day, yit yakking about things that wouldn't be affecting them if they were who they said they were.
I mean, I don't know. It's kind of 50-50 with that. I wouldn't say it has. I don't know because there's a lot of successful men that is online that's moving a certain way. But to be honest, whether it's successful or not, it does have an effect. Especially me that actually, um, you know, like I don't know if you saw the show on Iz's joint today, right? Because I had to
No.
check out real quick, but
Yeah,
it was kind of
I had back to back meetings, so I didn't have time. What happened?
no, it was kind of like kind of talking about how is hip hop um in the lane kind of like devilish like if you want to
Today,
put
yeah.
it, yeah, you know what I'm saying, and
That nonsense
he was
today,
just
yeah. Back in the day,
right.
I
He
wouldn't
was
say
talking
so.
right. He was talking about like yeah, back in the day, niggas was pulling out barbecues, niggas was on the block rapping, and you know what I'm saying. He played I used to love her, Common, and I'm like, and when he was talking, I'm like,
Mhm,
yeah, I said, man, that was the best times of my life
mhm.
outside, nigga. Nigga, you couldn't like well where you saw black people actually like caring about black people, and
Right.
they was moving um a certain way, not because of just them. It was just like, I'm a man first before anything, but I gotta watch what I'm really doing because other black men watching or kids watching too.
Mhm,
And um even the movies, you get what I'm saying? Like Love Jones and things like that. And I mean,
mhm,
bruh, and I'm like, damn, it brought me back. I was like, man, that's the best times. Them was the best times. And
mhm.
now I look at it and he was like, these rappers right now, he was breaking it down, like to a point where Sauce whatever you want to, he just got shot. His artist just died
I heard
yesterday.
about that. Yeah.
Young Gotti, he locked up. The other artist who paid, he was like, you only got like a lifespan for like 3 years now. It's like, is hip, is rap and hip hop, is it rooted in evil now? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But it just, it really did just bring me back to that point. Like, damn, that's how far we fell off. We went from being on the right path to we out in space now. We
Ain't that the
somewhere
truth?
I don't understand it.
Ain't that true? What you telling me, Eric? Derek. Here's the question: why don't women listen? Um,
Who? Here's a
Derek
question.
in the chat was asked the question: why don't women listen?
Uh,
How we determining they don't listen? Yeah.
I don't. I'm pretty sure they listen. They just. I ain't saying all. I call them little girls. I don't call them women. So no disrespect. But the little girls don't listen. and they hear what y'all saying, but they following what society is telling them to do. Like Dolce going online saying it's a red flag for a straight for it's a red flag when it's a man being straight. You get what I'm saying? And watch how many dumbass people follow that.
Yeah, yeah, folks went along with that. So
Like the man versus bear conversation.
listen, I okay.
See what I'm saying? You see how many
Mhm.
people you see how many people following that bullshit?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the part. Y'all like, and this is just me talking to the men. Y'all got to really stand on y'all vetting process.
I
Stop
think
giving
that
women.
from what I see, that's a problem. The
Yeah,
vetting process is either seriously flawed in a lot of cases, but in most cases non-existent. The vetting process is she got that ass though. She looked
that's
like
why I
an
tell my son.
Instagram model action. That's the vetting process.
Yeah,
Like
y'all
I
gotta
seen
stop
niggas
that.
go on a fast track straight to hell and behind some chick that had all the ass out on Instagram.
Well, I'm gonna say it's like that right now. I'm gonna be honest with you, but like I was saying, that shit is falling. That shit is crumbling. Like I don't even know. You see people they're starting to complain about how the men ain't in the club no more like that for real.
Mm-hmm.
Why they ain't out here to approach it? You're starting to see the effects. Like these dudes is learning slowly but surely. You know, and that's why I said like the more men speak up, the more it's gonna be a problem. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's gonna be a serious situation, and which is a good thing because now um it's gonna stop. You know what I'm saying? It's absolutely gonna stop a lot of this bullshit that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all gotta take it. You know, I tell my son all the time, God is first, two is your purpose, but 2.5 is the women you choose.
Mm-hmm.
Three is the kids. And 2.5 is, it's life or death. You choose the wrong woman, pretty much death. You
Pretty
choose the
much.
right woman, it's gold. You know
Okay.
what I'm saying?
So what what is okay? So you're saying that the young kids or the young men today are listening and they're staying away from these women. Where are they getting their vetting tools? Because I mean, stay away from the hoes is okay. That's good advice, but now what?
Um,
What you
I
mean you
think
too old to even try to get married? You ain't never too old to get married.
who is
You
this
just you
young
you
man that's
you,
talking?
you Green Beans, you and Derek, y'all let me talk about y'all too old to get married. You ain't never too old to get married. I know I ain't too old to get married. And I'm gonna get married. So listen,
Um, oh, Derek, my name is Trucker. Yeah. So, but I
what does
think
you being 55 have to do with anything?
55.
Derek, talking about I'm 55.
Oh,
I'm done.
he 55. He done. Yeah, he right. I understand. I understand, dog. I understand. I understand.
He is not done.
Listen, if I was 55 years old right now, and the way these women is moving right now, I'm done too. I'm gonna be real.
Okay. Again, all women not moving like that.
I, I know it's not all women. We not saying it's
So
all
again, you
women.
find you find you one that's not.
It's hard. Like, I'm gonna be real.
It's hard, but I mean,
It
anything
is.
worth having is worth working for.
Well, that's you know what you're right about that. Let me stop what I was about to say. But I'm just gonna say I just it's rough. I'm gonna just say it like that.
I
Even the
mean,
women that's
like I say, as a single woman, it's rough for me to try to find a
masculine
man.
man, a
I mean, like
masculine
like
man.
a real man that I'm saying is gonna do what they say they're gonna do and not just saying talk and make it sound
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, you mean like know how to change a tire and not pay somebody to do it?
I mean, even if they know how to do that, you know what I'm saying? You being able to change the tire is all good. But if I'm somewhere and something happens to my tire and Triple A can't come and you can't come neither, what good is you knowing how to change the tire gonna do me? Now I got to do it.
Yeah, I listen. I
So being
definitely
able to
understand
and
that.
then you won't do it is just as bad as not knowing how to do it.
Yeah, I be. That's what I'm saying. These dudes, like you asked the question earlier, is it dead? And to be honest, the way these dudes is bending the knee, yeah, I could see that. I could see it's a possibility. Cause I ain't a lot of these dudes, they doing all this weird non-masculine female shit for women, and it's not okay. Not okay.
What you say there? You don't believe I have a problem finding a good man, child? Okay, you be
There again,
surprised. You be surprised.
42 and 18 active. What the, they crazy? They in the
These
chat.
ain't no excuses. They mama failed. There it is. I could tell you some stories that would make a stone weep. Trust me.
Oof,
Listen,
oof. I don't know, man. I mean, let's be honest. It and this is just on both sides. I think our culture is weak as hell right now.
mm-hmm.
Not all of us, but a high number of us. They weak as hell. It's a
Hey
lot of
Rob,
weak
what's
men.
going
It's a
on?
lot of weak
Come up
women.
here if you got time, cause we can always say and get some of your commentary, child. You be on it. I'm sorry, good. Yeah, we are at we are at a deficit. We don't have what's the word I'm looking for? We don't have
The pride.
we don't have the confidence to we gotta lay it on the line. Like we don't want to we don't want to I won't want to say sacrifice, but we want to play poker, but not have to wage our bets.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? We sitting at the table and we want the pot, but in order to get the pot, you got to ante up. Nobody wants to ante up.
that sound like a person with no heart.
Yeah, yeah, I can say that. Yeah. No heart at
Yeah,
all.
that sound like a scared person to me. But I could see that. I'm gonna be
He said
real.
it's
You
a
know.
hazard to get married now. Lose all your shit. You can have it. Okay, y'all. We got to stop with that argument. We got to stop with that because again, you you get married. You the likelihood of you losing all your shit. You would okay. Because usually you'll say your divorce settlement, your alimony, and all of that is usually predicated on um both parties maintaining their current standard of life. So if you was working, putting everything in the pot, she working,
Mhm.
putting everything in the pot, how do y'all really think she gonna liquidate your stuff and her stuff and walk off with it all? That ain't how that work. Now, if you set it up to where she was sitting around eating bonbons all day, and you gave her all of that, that autonomy and freedom and wasn't really asking for nothing in return and gave her all the time to just basically fuck around for lack of a better term. And I don't necessarily mean cheating. Because again, if you two people come into a relationship and you don't each have your own, interest and thoughts and you not both coming in as whole people, then you gonna have problems anyway. Because again, why would you leave somebody who don't have no friends, they don't have no interests, they don't have no hobbies, nothing they want to do with a whole bunch of time on their hands? Of course, they're gonna get some shit started.
Mm.
So again, if she at work, or she taking care of the kids, or she hey Raw, or she, like to read or crochet or knit or whatever the hell it is she want to do, and she got things that occupy her mind. She ain't got time to sit around and figure out how to blow your relationship up and take all your stuff. People who got their life together don't do that. So again, if you sitting around and again, as old people say, you speak things and the tongue is powerful. You speak things into existence. So if you sitting around with the, you know what I'm saying, I can't go the distance with you because you might take all my shit. What you think gonna happen?
That's going into a relationship
Your
with bad
relationship
faith.
is doomed from the very beginning. Because
Yeah,
again, you already done said, I'm not putting everything on the line.
yeah, that's called bad faith. Yeah, that's what you don't want to do. Well,
What
to
you say,
to be
Grace? Somebody, yes, she does. They do it all the time. Raggedy women do it all the time. And there,
man,
I say this because, and I'm not just because my mama blew our family up. Like for those of y'all who, you know what I'm saying, don't, ain't really been on the channel. Like my mama, like I was 24 when my parents got divorced. So they was married 40. So that was 28 years. My mama blew that shit to kingdom come.
mm,
Like, what we doing?
to
You
to be
you
to be fair now, I kind of understand where the fellas is coming at,
come on
but
now.
at the same,
It's
but at
bad.
the same,
Everybody
to
going with the mindset of I can get out of it if I don't like how I feel for a month or a week or a year or 2 years. I don't like this no more. But what did you do to try to fix it? Nothing. Because you know you can get out. You moving in bad faith.
I listen, I get that, but I understand where the fellas is coming from on this one. But at the same time, this is why I said choosing a woman is 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to be perfectly honest, fellas, let's be real. A lot of us is literally collected a lot of red flags because she got a pretty face and a fat ass.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that we are, but it's a lot of dudes that do that. They bypass the red flags because that girl got she holding, and that's what we're seeing. So this is why I said I tell my son 2.5 is important.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's very important. Before we didn't know,
You
growing
can't
up,
see
we used to hear,
it.
get as much coochie as you can, blah, blah, blah. That's a bunch of bullshit. I don't believe in that. I tell my son about dick discipline, the whole 9 yards. I don't give a damn what the other
I'm
men
so
say.
glad you said that. I'm so glad
I
you
I
said
don't
that
give a
because
damn.
this whole, like I was watching, this might be risky, y'all. It was almost 8 hours of of red pill rage nonsense. It was like maybe an hour of same conversation. And when I tell you people were selling their firstborn to boot this dude off with the bounty, it was crazy as hell. What is this whole I'm gonna be a man in every aspect except discipline because I'm not trying to have no dick discipline. Like how
I
how that
don't,
Because
I
how
it's
the
don't,
hell
easier
that
to
work?
say that women are hoes.
I,
Mm-hmm.
It's easier to push the blame on the women. They just want women to be accountable. But how you hold the woman accountable is by holding yourself accountable. Because if you
bingo.
hold yourself to a certain standard, you know what
Hmm.
I'm saying, at certain levels, you're not going to deal with certain type of women. They're not going to be
Hmm.
survey.
Yep.
But because a lot of men on social media don't have any standards. They believe in microwavable relationships. As
Mm-hmm.
long as they could get them some vagina, even within a relationship, as long as they could get them some new vagina, it's their nature. That's what they're supposed to do. Meanwhile, it doesn't work out because they don't have longevity in relationships. And then when they lose half their stuff, then it's
Mm-hmm.
the woman's fault because she didn't allow
Hmm.
them to just be out there in the street.
Yep. And
Well, you
that's
know what?
why.
Because that was the thing today.
Hmm.
They could not come to a consensus as to whether or not men really want relationships because they were talking. It started out talking about saying men's access to women, but again, if you're and the whole test of them being a man was saying how much they could get and what kind of access they had to the women. But again, if you're just about trying to get some and you don't want a relationship, then why in the hell are you being mad at the women who don't want to deal with you because they want a relationship, but you just want access? So
It's
who's really the problem? You
the
because you don't want you want to play relationship, or the woman because she really want one and ain't going for that nonsense with you.
the men want the relationships, but the little boys don't. Let's
Mm-hmm.
just keep it
Mm.
real. And that's just me speaking on some real shit. I think a lot of men get equated to little boy shit, and that's just not how it is. You know, they niggas
Mm,
is out here leaving their families. That's little boy shit. Men don't do that.
okay.
You get
Because
what I'm saying?
it was 8 men, I mean 8 boys representing all the black men hooping and hollering and screaming for 8 hours on the internet with 500 people watching eating that shit up.
But you know what's crazy though? But you know what's crazy though? Society would take them 8 men and put the blame on all the men or the young boys growing into men and
Mm,
say this is how all men think. We don't think like that at all. I don't even move like that. You get what I'm saying? I think the best relationship is where I come home and be at peace. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
I don't rock out like that. And besides, I got little boys and I swear I got little girls. I gotta be their best example so she can have the blueprint and they can have the blueprint. So they can see what it's like up and down.
Right.
But
So
so here's the thing, because they also throw this stat that 51% of men are not having sex. So if y'all not having sex, then the men that are having sex are a bad representation if so many women are getting dogged out, are getting played, are being left as baby mama. It's like this is a double-edged sword. But both sides of the
mm,
aisle want to sit there and point the blame at the other side of the aisle instead
Mm,
of looking at those three fingers that's pointing internally and fixing whatever their personal issues is. I'm
I
gonna be the first one to
mm,
tell you, you're not gonna find your savior on the internet.
facts.
that's a fact. I agree with that. I listen, I agree with that. And that's why I always say, like,
Ooh,
either
hold
y'all
up.
niggas wanna
Say,
win or
say
y'all
another,
wanna
he
lose.
done spoke a word. That's that hit me in my soul. What he say? The men don't want relationships, they want guarantees or uncertainties. They're afraid of commitments due to past transgressions of rejection. Ooh,
Rejection.
geez, that hit me in my soul because see, I just went through that with somebody. Like
Mm.
they want full wife experience and undying, you're saying loyalty, but they don't want to put nothing on the line emotionally. I'm like, I wasn't built for that. Like
Well,
that ain't
that's
how I
but
move.
that's what I'm saying. People expect shit to be given to them and not put in the work to win. That's why I say, like, if you want to win, you gonna win. If you want to lose, you stay your ass over there. I ain't with that losing shit. I want to
Mm-hmm.
win. So I took the formula that I grew up with, which was what we was talking about, which is what Anthony Mackie is talking about, and I'm rocking with it. I don't give a damn what society is telling me. Shit, I want my kids to do better than me. That's the whole purpose of this shit. That's the
Mm-hmm.
main purpose of me representing who I am because at the end of the day, I'm gonna die one day. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I want my legacy to mean something though.
But let's talk about it. How about people start going into relationships on day one and expecting wife privileges when they don't want to be a husband? And I'm
Uh,
tired.
Yeah, that happens.
yeah,
And I'm
I agree with
tired of
that.
these men saying, well, I got to spend my money, so she should do X, Y, and Z. You're supposed to be the provider. It's called a courtship. It is a man's job to gain access. How do you gain access? By building parameters of security. So if you are not building security within your woman and you are making it a transactional experience, this is how you also wind up losing half your stuff because you're making
Well,
it transactional from the door. I'm just
Well,
saying
it's
real
called
quick.
true. Right, because I
it's
mean,
called
I mean,
yeah.
yeah, that
No,
whole
no, she's right. Cause I tell niggas, yo, women don't move like you can't buy no woman. But if you gonna buy you a wife, buy you a wife. But you
yeah,
know what comes
you
with that,
can't
right?
buy a woman, but you can buy a hoe.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. And if you buy that, that's on you, partner. You
And
knew
that's what
exactly
they
what you
doing,
was
but
getting
then they
into.
get mad talking, you know what I'm saying, buying these hoes and expecting these wives, and then they not getting it, and then turn around and want to holler about, you know what I'm saying, women are the problem. And same thing with women. Y'all, you know what I'm saying, you dealing with these dudes, you know they ain't hitting on shit, but because you know what I'm saying they giving you some cash, you gonna be bothered. But you know what I'm saying, you decided to forego the decent treatment and the respect for some money.
The
Like,
respect is the main point.
what the hell?
That's the key. It's, but you know, I mean, that's what I said. Like today in 2025, uh, yeah, Yeah, we see what the plan is. You know what I'm saying? To this point, everything is a lose lose. And you know what? Y'all can have that shit. I don't give a damn. I
But
got my
let's right, but let's also talk about it. Oh, well, they're idiots and they don't listen and they're randos. But the same men that'll say that will put their penis inside of an idiot, will put their penis inside of a random. So you don't have no discernment and no delineation when it comes to who you lay down in the bed with. But when it comes to building a relationship, there's all these problems. And everybody's always jumping in the bed. Why y'all sleeping with everybody that you talk to as soon as you meet them? Oh, well, if we go to dinner, you know what I'm saying? She got to be opening them legs. She better be giving me something at the end of the night. Yeah, she giving you STDs, sexually transmitted demons. She ain't bringing you no peace because you don't know her.
That
shit. It goes right. That's what I'm saying. Like but it goes both ways, Robbie. Because you got to think about it. Like a lot of these situations, women be knowing if they're gonna give up the coochie or not. But the like, I don't know, bro. I just think everything is ass backwards today. You get what I'm saying?
it is.
Absolutely. And it definitely goes both ways. But how you find out if somebody is compatible for you or not? Because some people simply just are not compatible for you. Is
I
you have to
but
take time and
mm-hmm.
actually have conversations to build up relationships. You don't find out if somebody's compatible with you by sleeping with them. That's so dumb.
You really
Right.
don't.
But I
And
be
another thing that I'm seeing
that's a
is
fact.
nobody wants to accept the challenge of getting to know somebody. It's not gonna always be smooth sailing because everybody has different thoughts, different ideas, different, you know what I'm saying, foundations. So the minute, you know what I'm saying, you rub up against, you know what I'm saying, something that, okay, they said something that ain't really hit my spirit right. And so instead of, want to have a conversation about it, you get onto your petty Paul or your petty Paula shit and make things 15 times worse versus, you know what I'm saying, being like, okay, let's have a conversation and admitting, okay, that the other person has a point. Like, what happened to that?
It's only a
That's
challenge.
ego.
It's yeah, that's ego. Like my
You be
biggest
talking about
issue.
I'll just stay single to work nowadays ain't worth it. Again,
Just as long as you keep your penis to yourself.
mindset is trash.
I I I think it's one. It's too many people trying to change people into being something that they're not. You know what I'm saying? I really do believe the first date sets the tone. So
Mm.
if you know what I'm saying, you trying to change a hoe into a housewife, that's on you, partner. Like you collecting red flags from the beginning. If you going into the whole thing of not taking this shit serious and you got bad faith, then you already know what's about to come to you. You know
But
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying? So,
on the flip side, I can't blame these dudes because how many women is going because they think that the key to a man's heart is in between their legs.
True.
I
Fact.
listen, no argument there. But hold on, but at the same time though, I'm gonna just put it like this. I think where we failed at right now is that we got a lot of older folks who won't say that shit to their own family members
Mm-hmm.
on both sides. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
They stay quiet. Like you have some that will, but you got a lot even on TV and things like that that will go out here and say slut walk all day long. Or you should be having fun in your 20s and then take life serious when you're 30. No,
No
that's
guarantee you
not
gonna
how
make
this
it to
shit works.
30.
but this
Huh?
is the thing. It's different measures of what's fun. Okay, the
True,
20s, the
true.
20s should be for having fun. You should be traveling. You should be investing into your education. You should be building up your future. You should be hanging with your friends. You should be getting to know who you are. Having fun is crazy in today's society that fun equates to sex. It's
Right.
also crazy when people feel like they can't tell the difference between a whore and a good woman. You are
Fact.
what you attract. So if you
Mm-hmm.
always attracting hoes, re-examine yourself. What energy are you putting out there? What are you giving up in your conversation that all you attracting is a hoe? And that goes for women and men.
Mm-hmm. Okay, hold on. Danny said, I don't want to waste my time on the wrong woman. Okay, Danny, if you know, you know who you are, you know what you want, and you know what I'm saying, you asking the right questions and you having conversation. Speaking of conversation, one thing I am noticing with people today, they go straight to the, you know what I'm saying, we going out, we, you know what I'm saying, we getting in the bed, we doing all this other stuff, and what happened to talking on the phone?
Niggas don't talk on the
There are no conversations, nothing
man. Niggas
past
don't
when we
talk on
getting
the
up.
phone no more. They messing. This the shit that be bothering me. That's why niggas is looking at me weird when I said this shit. I was like, if a woman tell me to, if I'm talking to a woman, and this is me personally, okay? If I'm talking to a woman, I'm trying to, and I'm asking her, let me get your number, you know what I'm saying, so we can, catch up and things like that. And you hit me with the, well, you can hit me up with my DM. I'm not
Nope,
interested in you no more. I'm
nope,
good. I'm
right.
straight. I tell myself, if she say, here's her Instagram or Facebook or whatever you want to call it, move around, son, because that's a waste of time. That ain't
Not necessarily.
like I don't,
I got
I don't
I
know.
got to give you some pushback
You got
because in a modern society, right? You give
mm-hmm.
somebody your phone number. There's weirdos out here. People will take your phone number, research your phone number. Now they know your address. Now they know your whole name. Now they know your whole family information. So, but people fail to realize that people giving you their social media, every social media app got a way for you to still have conversations, video chat, and some more. So that's not, I mean, that's something that's a yellow flag, I would say. It's caution. Because when you go to
Oh,
the
okay.
social media site, then
Mhm.
you got to look at what they posted. Now, if a
You know
girl
what?
say hit me in my DMs and then you go to the Instagram and it's all titties and ass, then all right, that's a red flag.
Okay, you know what? I give you that one. I definitely give you that one. I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. I ain't gonna hold
I mean, even if you say you do start out with that at some point as the interest grows, you gonna wanna, you know what I'm saying, you should want to migrate into, okay, yeah, we was, chatting on the DM. I want to hear your voice. I want to see you. I want to be around you. So you're not gonna, you know what I'm saying, stay in there, we in the DMs forever. So I mean that in this day and age, okay, yeah, that's cool or whatever. But yeah, you should want to migrate into, I'm trying to, I want to get to where you are. Like, I need to see you face to face. I need to be able to touch you. Like, you should be trying to get there and not just on some, let me get, you know what I'm saying? Let me get some box or let me see what that dick do. Like, it should, if you know what I'm saying, serious, it should be more than that. So if you, going back to what Danny's saying, if you get to that point and, you know what I'm saying, what you seeing live and in person is not matching up with what you got on them DMs, had a conversation. If it still ain't by matching up, then you end it. So it ain't like you don't spend 5 or 6 years, you know what I'm saying, with the wrong person. So like, y'all be saying
this
this
is
kind of stuff,
another
and to me
thing
it just
too.
be sounding lazy.
I'm
And
glad you
don't
said
have
that.
sex. And don't have sex when it don't match
Mm-hmm.
up. End it right there. Because I promise you on God on me, men and women, they meet people, everybody's dating online, meet people in person, things don't match up, they have sex. Now they body parts is talking to them and they brain done went to sleep. Now they
Mm-hmm.
stuck in
Mm,
these long lasting relationships because the sex
mm.
was good. Come on now.
I ain't gonna hold you, and I'm glad you said that. And eyes. We have a real big issue with cutting people out. That's
Mm-hmm.
another thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm realizing that, and this is just on the man side. You know, just speaking from the men for the men, we have a big issue with cutting people out who we know ain't good for us. I think we just had this conversation on Iz's joint.
Mm-hmm.
I think we just had a conversation about this,
You
but
know
I
what it
think
is.
that's the I think for me, and I'm just looking at, what I'm saying, niggas don't know how to cut people off, even the ones that they know is bad, and they trying to force people to be something that they not. Yo, y'all
I
got
No,
don't.
to cut
that's
I,
not
people.
it.
I think it's so. I think it's some of that on both ends. You cutting people too quick because you lazy and don't want to. You know what I'm saying. You don't want to put in the work because again, if you know what I'm saying, being with somebody is gonna be, if you really with them and you in it, because that's where you, it's gonna be challenging at times. That doesn't mean the challenge is gonna last 90% of your relationship, but there are going to be moments there is going to be a challenge. So,
No, no, no.
this
I'm
whole
not.
mindset of, oh, this don't feel good. Let me go ahead and get rid of them. And then, like you said, on
No.
the other end, you got people because again, they brain sleep and they, laying up in the bed, oh, this feel good. Then I'm gonna just keep it at that when you so far past that you can't do that. So now you
No.
got a whole
No.
another
What,
kind
what,
of
But
uh, what, what,
whatever else it is desperation and homosexualism. A lot of
mm,
people desperate as hell. A lot of
yeah.
this
people
is true.
they just, oh, nobody likes me, or this one person like me, well, let me go ahead and make this work, or oh, I messed up in the game,
Thank
this
you.
person provides something for
I
me,
was
so let me
just
go on
about
ahead.
to say that shit. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You said that.
Back to that
I was just.
transition.
That's what I was trying to say. Harmonize. I think when I say cut off, I mean when it comes to what she just said. Oh, he don't give me no respect. She don't give me no respect. But I'm gonna try to make them. No, 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 no.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
got to
yeah.
know how to, say, oh, this person is abusing me. No, I'm gonna try to force them. They gonna get it together in the next 5, 10 years. No, why would you waste your time? Time is priceless. Yo, if you ain't getting the respect you really earned and deserve, that you deserve, not on
Mm,
no spoil shit, but you know that you a good soul and you on your A game. Why are you collecting red flags? Remove yourself. There
right.
are plenty of people out here to find that. That's why this is why I say, just tell my son all the time, choosing a woman is 2.5. Take it serious. Don't take it lighthearted. You know what I'm saying? Choose the woman that understands your purpose and is not gonna give you a headache behind it. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
If you
And
move like that with intentions, you could find a good soul, good hearted person. But as long as you out here doing what you're doing and you especially moving in bad faith and you following what society saying with this whole they're gonna take everything from you, you gonna get the results
Hmm.
all the time. Stop moving like that. Stop putting your one bad experience on all women or
Exactly.
you
Or
know what
all
I'm
men
saying?
for the women.
And all
mm-hmm.
men and throughout every decision you make in your life. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes
Hmm.
it's a gift and a curse. You might mess up a blessing. You bypassing this good dude and don't even realize, or this good woman, all because you saw one person fuck up.
Right.
How
No.
about this? And we don't have to stay with one race either. And not simply because you think that another race is better, but simply because your interest and the person that may be for you may not be the same skin tone as you. That's okay too. Just don't put down the whole race of people that you come from, that is your tribe, based
Mm,
upon your alleged love for someone else. Because if you love someone, then you love them for them, not because they're better than your counterparts.
exactly. Because
That's insane.
a lot of times what I'm seeing is back to what Trucker was saying earlier. It ain't that they really loving the person and this is they, saying person and they equally yoked and all of that. They bend in the knee because this is supposedly better.
Yeah. Yeah. They not being their own man. But that's something that's being taught that at a young age though. That's what Anthony Mackie was talking about.
Right.
I raised my sons to be their own man, and that's what they're gonna be. They're gonna be young men. They're not gonna be what society want them to be. You get what I'm saying? I'm not gonna
Right.
see my
Hmm.
sons out here rocking no damn fingernail polish. Nah, I don't give a damn. You can't no. You know what I'm saying? Every time I leave, what you say? Every time I leave home, I make sure I tell my sons, you the man of the house, rightfully so. Because I tell my
Mhm.
sons that all the time. All the
Okay.
time. My 6 year old, you know what I'm saying? All the time. You the man, son. You're not gonna be no look. You a man. I don't call him a little boy because I keep forgetting because he talk like he's 9 years old, but he's 6. So I
Okay.
keep forgetting. But I just talk to him in a masculine way. I don't do that whole Philly. You know what I'm saying? I don't do none of that shit. People have problems with me moving as a man by telling my sons to be men. I don't give a damn. At the end of the day, y'all ain't got to deal with this. I ain't got to deal with this. This is my legacy we talking about here. My last name. I take that shit serious. So I that's all I was saying. So when I like with the Melissa Ford thing and Joe Budden, I understood why he went off on you know what I'm saying, or why why the man is frustrated on that point, to the point where like y'all trying to say a straight masculine man is a red flag. Well, that's a problem. Now that's what y'all trying to push out here now. That's a
Mm-hmm.
big ass problem. That's some bullshit.
Foolishness. Hey, RBN.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, hello.
Hey, Raw, how you doing?
Hey, you kind of low.
Finding you.
You kind of low a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
What's your take on this?
I got a lot of different takes because
Okay.
it's kind of a disjointed conversation a little bit, which is fine.
Mm.
But for me, I typically do not participate anymore in these kind of conversations because it's kind of like like you're at a funeral and you see somebody screaming at the casket for the person to get up,
Mm,
knowing it's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
mm.
So this is what these conversations are like for me. This is not a shot, but like I kind of wish. I think the best example for us could be like Robbie and Cellulite. They didn't got together, tap out of the conversation, and move on. That's not a shot.
Agree.
That's the best. That's the best thing that. That's the best example that can be I think can be gotten is that those who find a way to link up through accept each other's past, present, and the future, tap out of these conversations and go home. What I have seen over the last 3 years that I've been wrapping around these spaces is I've noticed something very unique. Some of the most successful, and I'm using the term loosely, YouTube live streams or YouTube channels are usually the people who are married, but they're having these conversations.
True.
The ones who are making all the big bread, they're married. And most of them are men who are married, who are out here interjecting into these conversations. Once upon a time, I thought that, let's give them some grace because, even though that they've married and they're going down the line, they care about the culture. No, they care about what America does to Black dysfunction, which is to profit off of it.
Right. That's the truth.
So I don't participate. I just have made the conscious decision for myself not to participate in it. But there are times that there are things that pop up that I find a little bit intriguing, like this particular conversation around what's the name, Anthony Mackie and stuff like that, with his teaching his sons and stuff like that. As a father, I don't have any sons. As a father, one of the things that unfortunately for me has sent me into a semi-depression over the last couple of weeks is that my daughter is about to pay for my sins.
What you mean by that? Wait. What you mean by that?
Run it back. Why?
Yeah, you kind of breaking up, but what you mean by that?
My daughter is going to pay for the fact that I gave her a shit bag of a mother.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, I understand.
Okay.
Now I
Heard
understand what he means by that. Okay, I got you.
And I'm angry at myself for doing so. And no matter what led to that, because I got my daughter's mother right fresh out of a marriage. Like I left my wife walked out on me. I did what men do when we don't process shit appropriately. I just started going fucking crazy. And fuck the wrong woman, got the wrong woman pregnant. And my daughter's gonna have to pay for that. Because she has her dad on one side teaching her one thing, her mother on the other side, who she lives with, demonstrating something else. I had to endure a few months ago my daughter calling me a deadbeat. 10 years old, calling me a deadbeat. Now, she didn't quite understand what she was saying, because she was angry because I told her no about something. But I understood where that terminology and how she associated that because she got it from her mother, who, by the way, I've been very open about the fact that my daughter's mother lives in my only property. because my
Yep.
daughter's mother could not keep a roof over my daughter's head. And the courts would not give me my daughter because it said it was not in the best interest of the child to remove her from her mother, even though I was a stable parent.
Mm-hmm.
So I moved my daughter I terminated my renters leases, moved my daughter's mother in with her other two fucking kids who I don't really care for. You know, I know that's kind of cold-blooded, but it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
For stability, just to turn her and still pay the child support. So the woman she's living for free, getting the child support, just to have my daughter get mad at me because I had to tell her no about something, to hear my daughter call me a fucking deadbeat.
So
So a lot of times when we're out here having these conversations, and a lot of it is for profit, a lot of it's for sensationalism, a lot of it's for the clicks and the views, but there are real life implications behind the decisions that we make, and including the conversations that we participate in, including the collective image. I am now disgusted when I see the mayor, and this is not like me like angry at them. I just think it's not productive. These married men profiting off of the pains of people who can't get right.
For real.
so first off, I'm sorry that you even going through it. But I am a married man, so one, that's fucked up because I pretty much did the same thing too. But the only reason I even speak up in the first place is because I don't want the other young men who's kind of in somewhat of our situation of learning the hard way not to follow that path. Because again, like I said earlier, how I was brought up, get as much pussy as you can. And to be truthful, that's not it. So I'd rather them learn, or at least hear me, if even if they don't follow it, but at least I said something. But I could definitely understand where you're coming from with how a lot of dudes is out here really profiting off a lot of pain.
A
You
lot
know,
of
I ain't even
pain.
gonna say it's dudes. It's just overall, it's just a lot of people. It's been going on for a long time, like since the 2000s, so, or before that. So that's why I said, like, it's everything is just so ass backwards right now. It's not even funny. That's why I don't go
But
on everybody's joint, because once I
Shouldn't
even
we
realize
shouldn't they be better than that though?
it
Like
no,
should be better than that though.
you
That
getting
but
on
that's
here talking about, you know what I'm saying, you supposedly trying to, you know what I'm saying, bring some solutions and clarity and help people, but you making it 50 times worse.
nah, because at the end of the day, what they have found, and especially during the Kool-Aid, was that this is a quick way to get money. This is
Mm-hmm.
just like street pharmacists. They should be better too, but they gonna pump out them packs to get that bag. That's what these people is doing on social media. They pumping out these packs to get this bag. They poisoning the community, not with actual pharmaceuticals, but with their words.
Mm-hmm.
And it's up to the audience not to go. But what happens is everybody trauma bonds. And it's unfortunate because it's very sad. Like reading over some of the comments in the chat, the rhetoric, the poisonous rhetoric from these spaces have already turned men to the point that they're done. They're done. But
Yeah.
instead of saying, as leaders of the community, what we've done is we've negatively influenced the landscape of the community. It's blamed the
Mhm,
women, and
mhm,
women have been left to their own devices.
Mm-hmm.
So you leave women to their own devices, some of them are subject to be naughty, because those of us women that are not on the rah-rah, we either have our father in our life or heavily influenced by men in our family that wasn't going, like, what you doing? Go sit down somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of girls out here though that don't have that, or if they did have men in their family, those men were touching them inappropriately.
You know
Mm-hmm.
what's crazy,
Those men
Rob?
were encouraging bad behavior. Go ahead.
Now you know what's crazy about that though, and this is where people have a problem with me, and I'm cool. I'll take the title. where they will try to get me to respect individuals like that, and I'm like, hell nah. I love women. They're gonna always get my protection, but for the rest of y'all that ain't moving like a woman, hell nah. Like I ain't doing none of that shit. Same way it go for men. If you a man, I got respect for you. If you not, I'm gonna treat you accordingly the same way. And they in today's society they tell you to what I'm saying, treat the ones that's out here putting a bad image. Oh well, this person is making you seem like you this way. You supposed to show them respect. Hell nah. The hell I look like? You think I'm gonna be okay with this? A dude bringing a I ain't gonna say it'd be okay. You think I'm okay with bringing a dude that don't take care of his kids around my kids? Hell nah. The hell? You're not about to force that shit on me. But
But
that's what's being taught on here. You know what I'm saying? Like you
but
supposed to.
see,
Mm-mm.
now you're talking about a deeper conversation, because this not only refers to standards in dating, this refers to your standards overall in life. Who are
Right,
your friends? Who you keep around you? Period.
right.
True.
And
I
here's
mean, that's how it should. It should be like that every day. That's why I tell I move as a man regardless. I don't give a damn if the kid is mine or not. I know it's a young black man watching me or a young kid. My son's friends comes to the crib. Yo, I move regardless. That's just who I am. Cause at the end of the day, I ain't gonna move like no bitch. Excuse my
Mm-hmm.
language. I ain't. Mm-mm.
and
No.
here's a sad reality, and I'm just being very general right now, so please understand that. If you are a man that tries to move with any degree of integrity, you are a man moving alone.
Facts.
Say that again. I couldn't hear that.
Same thing for women.
No, when I say moving alone, I'm not just saying. I'm saying that no one will be you. It would hard for you to cultivate a community because we're now conditioned to follow chaos.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right. I
and
agree with that.
dysfunction. So if you are a man who's practicing integrity, good God, you sit a lot of days alone
You know it.
because
Yeah, but see,
a lot of people can't, because a lot of people, and you have to be okay with that, because there's a lot of people out here who cannot operate
They
with the
can't
degree of
fathom that.
integrity. With the degree of integrity.
but see, now you speak into a deeper issue again. See, when we start really unpacking the problems with the community, a lot of people have self-esteem issues,
That's a
self-love
fact.
issues.
That's a
Do
fact.
you Right. Do
Mm-hmm.
you love yourself enough that you could sit in a room by yourself? You comfortable with who you are?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
Robbie, there are days that shit's hard.
Yeah, it is. I can attest to that. Yeah, it can.
Yes.
And as a man, don't give two fucks about it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And we got while a lot of us have said throughout various conversations that as a group or culture, whatever you want to call us, we are so fucked up on so many levels. The web is so tangled. I'm not sure how to untangle, if it can be untangled at this point.
Yeah, it can be untangled with therapy. Like a lot of black people need therapy. It's a lot of post-traumatic stress disorder. It's a lot of residual trauma. It's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of psychosocial needs that haven't been met,
There's
markers
a
that
lot of
haven't
liars
been
out here
hit.
too. A lot of
Yeah,
liars
that
out here. That's the main
yeah.
focus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a
Liars.
lot of people is out here acting like they dipping and doing and doing and dipping. The average income in the United States of America is about $58,000, but everybody on social media tell you they all earning six figures. You already know it's a lie right there. The numbers ain't numbering.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, how's everybody making over 100 grand when the average income? And I think that number is the average uh, household. So that's normally two
Yeah.
people. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not even.
Right.
It's not even an individualized income. So it's really less than.
Just less
You
than
know,
that.
I said,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where I was at the other day, Raw, and I said something about I was having a conversation about white wealth or white income, and I made the statement. I said, if you actually, I said, because 80% of black women are in the workforce, and I
Mm-hmm.
said, so if you combine a black woman's income, a black man's income versus a white family's income, we out earn them because there's more of us in the workforce.
Well,
Exactly.
you gotta, and this is another thing too.
But we won't do right.
But here's the thing, right? They put out this persona that, well, I got to make this certain amount of money, this, that, and third. I'm like, yo, it don't take this amount of money. It's only like that because y'all motherfuckers is out here literally overspending. Y'all trying to
Okay,
go
so
with
yeah,
the Joneses.
that was the kind of last week
That
over is. I was like,
yeah,
I gotta go because
yeah.
y'all not listening.
Y'all gotta, you know what I'm saying? People out here, like I told a story about how I got a homie or a girl that I had to get rid of. I ain't gonna say the homie, but I had to get rid of her because I saw how she was. I'm thinking she cooking for the kids, but come to find out, she going out every day, spending money on them kids, and she still does it today. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
$2,000 a month. You know what I'm saying? They ain't even cooking. Like, you know, niggas is out here taking, like, of course, if you look at the item list that like he was talking about, you know what I'm saying? Y'all could be really doing big things, but because of how y'all spend and how y'all take care of your family, it don't mean shit. So, you know what I'm saying? They shit on individuals like $60,000 a year or $70,000 is a small amount. It's not. You know what I'm
This is
saying? So,
right. Del Monte said it the best. They can't cook. I know wild chicks that
not at
cannot
all.
boil a pot of water. But
Mm-hmm.
again, this then results back to their mothers. Their mothers ain't really want to cook. I'm telling you, I'm an 80s baby. The girl that lived across the hallway from me when I was little, her mother wasn't never even home. She was the quintessential latchkey kid. She was
Mm-hmm.
doing her own thing and she was on her own from we was young. We was real young because I left the city before I was 9 years old. So we talking about 5, 6, 7, doing her own thing. Don't know how to cook nothing. You see people now. Why you think the cooking channels all over social media is exploding? Look at that
Mm-hmm.
one lady, Josh's mom. Josh's mom can't cook for nothing. Shorty is almost 60 years old. She made mayonnaise ramen noodles, but that's
What?
a wave. Yeah, she
oh,
did. I
Mm-hmm.
promise you, she did.
Uh,
oh,
So, but you know,
Is that the one who everybody was freaked out because she put the chicken wings in the oven frozen?
yes, that's
Okay.
the one.
bro,
Okay.
Josh's
I want to
mom.
make sure it was still
I
her.
saw a chick put fucking steak and grease in the microwave. I'm like, what?
What?
No, Lord,
I'm like,
no.
what is this? I'm like, man,
Mm-mm.
and listen, I understand if you don't know how to cook, you don't know how to cook. But this is where y'all niggas got to stop buying all this bullshit, this designer weave, rings, jewelry, shoe shit,
And
and
go get you a
invest the
cooking
shit
lesson.
into cooking classes. You ain't got to go every day, but damn, once a week, get you learning up. Hell, pay somebody who know how to cook to teach you how to cook. You get
I've
what
done
I'm
that
saying?
for a few friends
Do
of
that,
mine.
you
Seriously.
know, because I'm telling you,
Right.
man, this,
I,
this,
I am hopeful that by the I don't what I'm about to say. Trust me, I don't like this man, but hopefully by the time the Trump presidency's over with, that that the things would have been so bad that it's going to force men to be return to men and our women to return to women. For,
mm,
But it's not.
just from the economics of it, Robbie, we can barely sustain ourselves now independently. We can't.
It's not. A lot of people just not gonna be here no more if things turn into a certain level. They're just not gonna survive because they're not built to survive. When
Raw.
we have to, I mean, but it's true. They're just not built to survive.
yeah,
People
yeah,
listen when let's take for instance the C-19 situation, right? People lost their flipping minds over toilet paper. Meanwhile, wash rags
mhm,
were in abundance. Laundry detergent
mhm,
was in abundance.
Yes, ma'am.
Disinfectant was in abundance. I ain't
mhm,
trip out at all about no toilet paper. And toilet
mhm,
paper never ran out.
mhm.
Well, first off, I
Man,
already had some before that. Like, why y'all waiting to child? Mm-mm.
then you know what, C-19, and I'm glad it happened. I hope it don't happen again, but I'm glad it happened because that should have been the time where niggas recognized, damn, I'm really avoiding dealing with my wife by going
Well,
to
that's
my
when
job.
everybody was getting divorced.
I can't, I
Child.
can't, I can't teach my kids worth shit. I
Mm-mm.
can't do this. I can't do that. I'm avoiding a whole lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? I should have been paying attention to my home first before anything. I need to
Mm-mm.
fix this shit. And
Mm,
that should have been the wake up call for a lot of people. But
But you
no,
know
it
what the
should have been
crazy
a
what?
part
wake up
is?
call.
They did realize that, but their solution was to, I'm gonna press y'all to let me up out of here. That was the solution.
Right. Because
Right.
a lot of women should have had the Negro wake up call that they can't cook when you couldn't get no takeout because that wasn't essential workers and restaurants were
Exactly.
closing.
Hmm.
They should have been watching all the episodes of TV Food Network, all the what is it? ID Network,
For
Discovery,
real, that
honey.
should have been
Watch.
all over them Rachel Ray 30-minute meals. Child, they wasn't
Do
nowhere
you
near
Yeah.
guys?
it.
I don't think.
Nowhere near it.
I don't know if you guys remember. We were actually about 3.5 weeks away from a full um, food breakdown in the food supply chain.
Yeah.
If we were
Yeah.
if the shutdown, the closure would have lasted 3.5 more weeks, we would have been truly with the purge out there. And this is
Mm.
what should have scared the shit out of black people because we got all of these homes. We got all we are. If you think white boy out in the suburbs is gonna let his family starve, and they know there's a bunch of individualized black folk who mostly living by themselves, if you think them boys weren't gonna show up, knocking on your door, trying to see if you got some food, we
Facts.
were 3.5 weeks away from that.
Now you gotta also think about this too. Imagine if they didn't give stimulus checks out.
I mean,
Um.
to be honest, I would have been fine. Like I actually didn't spend my stimulus money till Biden fucked
But
up
that's
the
what I'm saying.
economy.
When you saw niggas, but you know what? When people took them stimulus checks, where you see them motherfuckers at? Right
They was
at
at
the
the
mall,
mall.
at the
Best
Gucci
Buy.
stores,
Like they
shit like that.
literally, like we got to the point where like our stuff got so bad we had curfew, so you had certain time you could be out. So because I worked in finance, I was an essential worker, so I had my papers and stuff. Like I would literally see them like walking to the mall. I'm like, are y'all serious?
But see, but that's where
Foot
it was.
Yeah.
Locker.
I was online looking, and niggas talking about something. Well, I'm gonna spend my stimulus checks on a new bed set. I'm like,
Mhm,
nigga, why don't you give your money to the people that somebody that really need that shit? You got enough money, bro. I know you got money. You got a
mhm,
husband and the whole 9 yards. Y'all set.
mhm,
Y'all good. Y'all don't need nothing. Me and your husband talk about business all the time, and
mhm.
this, that, and the third. And you about to go buy your whole new bed set when you can go and help somebody else. Man,
My people wasn't
I,
worried about none of that, child. And
I'm like,
all you
you know
saw
what I'm
for
saying?
like 6
Or,
months was repo man.
you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, it should have been a wake up call for just black people. That should have been a wake up call. But
Mm-hmm.
instead, it went to some other shit. Like
It
the
went
whole,
opposite way. I
the,
never seen people in the neighborhood I live in have so much ingenuity when it comes to cheating. Like,
Hmm.
child, I literally would like because my office is like literally like it's
oh
windows.
God,
Like I literally
Mackie,
be looking at
no.
and child. I'm talking about one dude jumped scaled a fence. Another chick, I mean, she had on all black. She looked like I was like these people over here. They put in like a full day's work in how to get around this neighborhood and she. I'm like,
You know what?
and all y'all got kids, so you gonna leave. You was already leaving the kids before you know saying the pandemic. We in the pandemic, and you gonna leave them again to go out and do what you want to do and not know what you bringing back in. I'm like, okay.
And that's that's what I'm saying. Like, and another. Let me give you another one. Right? TikTok revealed how much, like, not only COVID or
Mm.
C-19, but TikTok. I didn't realize how bad it really was until they removed TikTok for just them 2 days. And people losing their minds and pulling their hair out and
Mhm.
screaming and rolling around like they on fire. And I'm like, yo, we got some mentally slow
Disturbed.
ass people
Hmm.
in today's society. Y'all can't live without TikTok for 2 days. Y'all ain't. I love the business part. Like Raw B said, I got them leggings off of TikTok. My wives got them too. Hey, shout
Yes.
out to that. You feel me? And I love the
Mm-hmm.
business part of TikTok, but we know what TikTok was really used for, and all them weird ass discussions about separation and doing this to men and men doing this to women. You know what I'm saying? The divisive, the Willie Lynch story bullshit, all of that. That's what that really
Mm-hmm.
was. That's how bad TikTok really was. If you really, I couldn't even. I'm good on the social
Listen,
media. I can't
you
do
know
it.
what TikTok is for? TikTok is for story times. Who the hell did I marry? What
Yeah,
happened on
Child,
my
say it again.
vacation? Yeah, that's what it's
Foolishness.
for. Because if you put something on TikTok to do with business or talking about something important, you have a hard time breaking TikTok algorithm.
You really
But
do.
it's yeah,
right.
but as soon as you're ratchet and urbane, oh my gosh, you're getting millions of views. You're going off the rails. This is why they wanted to ban it here. Like I understood why people was upset, but when you use your VPN and change your VPN to like China and log into
You what I'm
TikTok,
saying. Mm-hmm.
you ain't gonna
Man,
see the same
shit,
type of
none of that.
content.
None of that. I didn't see. Listen, I saw people showing hotels that cost $200 that we know if it was that room in the United States would cost $5,000 a day, and that mug was nice as hell. I saw so much healthy shit that you know what I'm saying. Even to the point, that's probably why my son want to go to. He want to move to like Hong Kong. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Because there's like a little black community out there in Guangzhou. You know what I'm saying? It's like right on the outskirts of Hong Kong, but right, it was so much shit. There was so much just young people just doing their thing and building drones and not none of that. They have dances, but it ain't like no. It's like you know what I'm saying, man, woman dance type shit. It ain't no ass shaking, no splits, no twerking, no
They
in
just having
Walmart doing pranks.
a genuine good
You know what I'm
time.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like it ain't none of that. You know what I'm saying? They niggas they pull up on like they pulled up on that chick that was trying to do that OnlyFans shit. Shit, they removed that chick the next day. They not having that shit. You know what I'm saying? They not doing that. They pulling up on niggas and removing you from society. They not playing that shit. But right now, over here, like we was talking about, niggas is being raised to wear fingernail polish, and then they want to talk about some
I
well
can't take it. I can't
they
take it.
pay well they paid what's the nigga's name, Khaled Williams, the football player. They paid
Yeah.
him 5 million. Shit, nigga, I don't give a damn how much money you paying me.
Mm-hmm.
Fingernail polish on my fingers, and I'm a black man
Yeah.
representing black men.
Never. Mm-hmm.
Never in your damn life. It sound nice. 5 million is a lot of money, but still, I still represent. I represent something bigger. So that's how I look at it. But you know,
Here's
a
the
lot of people don't follow that. So
here's the thing though, like when it comes down to the nail polish, like it's a catch 22. I don't think that's really a color thing. I think that is a culture thing. I think it's the culture of the emo. The emo kids always gonna want to put on nail polish. This is not nothing new. I don't know if y'all remember the 90s when the boys would
with
be
the
running
black,
around with the
with the black.
parachute pairs. Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
remember that. But these niggas out here rocking out looking like a sour pack of Skittles. You know what I'm saying? Niggas, remember when them niggas first got on BT freestyle with purses and shit? Niggas was like, what?
Yeah.
What? Huh?
Not
Looking like
Skittles.
Delicious.
And
Mm-hmm.
then the next, like and within a week, niggas is outside rocking purses and fanny packs, all that shit. Niggas is coming to school with jersey dresses on. You know what I'm saying? All that weird shit. I'm like, wait a minute,
I
that
don't
shit is
know.
for women.
I don't know about that. None of
Where's
that.
the men at?
Listen, it's
Weird.
their life. Don't you forget. They about that life. I don't know. Listen, everybody's made everything fluid and whatever.
Mm-mm.
Like,
I can't take it.
Yeah. But this is the narrative that they pushing though. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said because I keep saying thank you, uh, sir, for actually standing on business and not doing what we normally see. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I owe society apology. No, nigga. I'm a man first before anything. I don't give a damn how much money I got. I'm moving like a man. I'm raising my sons to be men
Ain't that
and
what he
learn
said?
from my mistakes and not
Yeah.
make the same mistakes. You know
Mm,
what I'm saying? That I grew up with. I can respect that. You know what I'm saying? But other
Mm-hmm.
people, they
mm,
losing their
True.
damn mind behind it, trying to make an excuse, talking about, you know what I'm saying, looking like basically like Melissa Ford was trying to paint the picture always through a sexual assault victim's mind or eyes. Like, no, that's not
mm,
men. That's some
Mm.
men, but that ain't men. Men. She
If
trying to
that's
paint
the,
it like
if
your
the,
6-year-old kid or your 7-year-old son is basically raised to be a predator. Like, no.
if that's the case, then every time a woman walk out her house, she should be assaulted. If you use
Right.
Melissa
right.
Ford's logic, you should be able to do. A woman shouldn't be able to go nowhere without an escort. Robbie,
Exactly.
you should not be able to move about the country by yourself with just you and your kids because you're gonna get assaulted if a cellular light's not there. You know what I mean?
Right. And,
Right.
and if that's the case, then why do all these women out here without a man?
See,
Bro,
but this is the thing with Melissa Ford. Y'all know she crazy because she was indoctrinated into the entertainment industry.
mhm.
And
Hmm.
See, told you. I said the same thing earlier. Nah, she was out there in them streets. Told you.
Hmm.
Well, look at her Instagram. Come on now.
listen, them Instagram, listen, um, some people gotta understand even if you're an entertainer, I feel like there should be a delineation between what you do for work and what you do for real. When what you do for work look too much like what you do for real,
That's a
yeah,
problem.
no, it's a problem.
That's a problem. I agree.
Hmm.
Listen, ain't no argument. That's what I was saying. You got, like he was talking about, you got a lot of these dudes that be putting on a persona and married and be saying all this goofy shit instead of actually coming up here and just being real. It's a lot of that shit go on like what she's trying to paint. A lot of these motherfuckers, you shouldn't be married. You should be doing all this. You should be out here sexually free and all this goofy shit. And
Mm-mm.
that ain't it. You know what I'm saying? I'm a married man, but I talk about shit, but I still always say, you know what I'm saying, I appreciate and I love my wives and I adore them and I ain't afraid to admit that or say that I'm a proud family black, black man, things like that. I don't have no problem with that. I ain't using niggas to get no clout or anything like that. So you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Like,
you are. Yes, you
no,
are. How dare
no,
you? How dare you?
mm-mm. I don't believe in none of that. I'm good.
You, you just going against the status quo. Listen, there's a lot of goofy women out here too that be coming on these channels and these spaces, lying like shit, trying
Yeah.
to be
What?
somebody.
Well, my big thing with when the ladies be lying, they be lying about like how they want these fine men, but then when you look at their baby daddies, they look like Grimace with plaque on
Mm.
their feet and shit stains in their drawer, and the kids look like little fucking gremlins. But then but they talking about how they want these fine, super top percent dudes, but you look in their background, ain't not a one in there. I don't
Mm-mm.
understand that.
They the one that
Right, but it's the same thing with these men too.
the
These men
men
always
too,
talking
yeah.
about I ain't never been with a baddie, but they baby mama look like what the hell are those? Like the black Cynthia doll, all patchy. Listen, and a lot of these chicks that be on here, like one lady tried to come for Harmonize, but she got what I'm saying, some shorts on the page and she looked like a man in the shorts and like she really looked like a man in the shorts. Like she don't look like a woman that use a filter, like she looked like Tyrone and stuff. Like,
Who?
but you know what I'm saying? People be trying to call people pick me's and all of this and all of that. But meanwhile, you spend your whole entire life worrying about what men is doing. I hate these broads on these platforms too. Why is y'all always talking about the dog dudes? Because that's the only thing you attracting because you a
That's what you
dog
got to
shit.
work with.
And
Well,
that's what I be
the
on.
the
That's what I be
attraction.
on.
The one thing I kind of want to push back a little bit, Robbie, about I don't believe you can control who you attract, but you damn sure can control what you accept in your life.
Nah, I
Facts.
agree with that. I agree with that.
I
That's
think it's what
collecting
they
red
accept.
flags, sir. That's what I was saying. Niggas collect red flags too much. Women too. Stop collecting red flags. Stop trying to force people to be something they not. If y'all
And
know she ain't what you really want, but she got a nice smile, that ain't it. I just had this conversation with my son a month and a half ago. I'm
But
like, look,
go ahead.
go ahead,
no, I'm
Rob.
saying, I'm just saying, like, too much of that shit goes on, like for real. You choose what's best in your life. You know what I'm saying? You got it, and then you accept a lot of nonsense. You don't have to. You don't have to. If the person is not with you, they're not with you. Accept it. Move on.
But see,
Stop trying to.
and here's the thing about it: when you didn't fail for that person, I mean, so it's easy. It's easy to say that, but you know, going through it and having to actually do it, my God, you know.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say this, and I could be a little bit transparent and honest because people need to fully realize this. A lot of people don't understand. You mentally project certain energies, and this is what you start to attract depending on your mindset, how you feel about yourself, the way you are viewing the world in a specific time. A lot of people are simply unaware, or they're not willing to accept it for themselves. Like, you was in a bad mental space, which made you vulnerable and what made you look like prey to a lot of these predators. There's predators out here. Now, when you on top of your game and you feeling yourself how you should be, certain people are never going to approach you because it's going to be something in the way you're standing, the look in your face.
I think there's something to that, Robbie, because let me tell you something. Any other day of the week or any other space in my life, my daughter's mother, ain't no way on God's green earth that woman would have been able to get anywhere near me.
Right.
But, and I was not in a right frame. And this, I'm not blaming her. This is all me, because I shouldn't have been out there. I made the decision to express my frustration over my marriage ending the way I chose to go that route. And now look.
Yeah, I understand your
now I'm fighting. I'm fighting for the very soul of my daughter. Not, you know what I mean, because I don't believe in the teachings and the ideology of her mother. I don't believe in them.
Right, and this is the thing. Yeah, the only thing that we ever can do is really start to investigate and self-examine. Like, what was I going through? What made me lead to that decision? That's how you make better decisions, not just hanging it up for everybody. But y'all, it is like 1:00. I love y'all very much, but I'm taking myself to bed.
All right. Thank you for stopping by.
No problem. Bye, guys.
Bye. Hey, Derek.
Hey, what's going on? And do I sound better?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, because I wanted to piggyback off of something RBN said, brother. I know what you're going through.
Same here.
Man.
Same here.
I know what you're going through, but also I was listening when I was trying to do stuff. You said something about married men. How all these guys on YouTube are married. Well, all my friends, my male friends in life are married. And I don't have no single male friends. Excuse me. So I watch them and I want to learn what they do. So when I do get married, it's going to be successful. These guys have been married for years. My good friend Benny, man, when he was in his 20s when I found out he was married, and we worked together. And he told me, he said, yo, D, man, I'm married. I said, man, if you F this up, I'm going to beat your ass. He just laughed. He said, what? I said, listen, bro. Too many of us brothers messing up for the next man. You do what's right. And this guy, man, him and his wife, they salt of the earth. And I tell him all the time, I'm 10 years older than him. I tell him all the time, when I grow up, I want to be just like you. So I know where RBN is coming from by having children by the wrong woman or woman. And boy, I could share some stories with you.
Yeah, but
I really can.
here's the other thing that I think a lot of us don't want to come to terms with, especially the late Gen X, early millennials, which I am, Alma and I are. I think we all are. The majority of us are never gonna have anybody.
Yeah.
That's a sad reality. No matter how good we are, no matter how much work we do on ourselves, the reality is there's only so many people you can meet. We're not all of a sudden about to sell all our possessions, get an RV, and roll across the country trying to find the perfect one. We're going to find somebody. If we do, it's going to be in our area.
Yeah.
That's the way it's going to be. And the fact of the matter is, I'm out here in real world dealing with or listening to women, and I'm going, oh my fucking God. None of these women that I know, whether it be work colleagues, women I go to church with, casual, my friends of friend female, a lot of these they don't align. They do not align. And the reality is there's gonna be a we always talk about the fact that a bunch of women are gonna die alone. It's gonna be us too. Because if the women are dying alone, those women ain't got nobody. That means you ain't got nobody.
Yeah. I know most of the conversation tonight has been centered around men and like
the
what
masculinity.
Anthony Mackie.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
And Anthony Mackie. Yeah, and Anthony Mackie, the more you walk and talk like Anthony Mackie, and especially if you in this country as a black man, the more likely you are going to be alone.
Yep. And that's the whole point.
That's true.
And that's the whole point of what
But can you imagine? Can you imagine if Anthony Mackie had daughters?
Jesus. And then also
instead of boys,
yeah.
Can you imagine he had daughters? See, I have a daughter. And I gotta keep my head on the swivel, man. It's so much out there that's pulling at her,
The biggest threat to my daughter is
in her own. Go ahead, brother.
I said the biggest threat to my daughter is in her own home.
Amen to that.
And it's the mindset of her mother and the mindset and behavior of her 21-year-old sister.
It's amplified times 2.
And then here I am, one voice, and my daughter she's already 10. She hears and she don't hear. She pushes back on stuff. I try to be very careful with her because I know I understand she's 10. She doesn't understand a lot of stuff.
Right.
But and I listen. I let people give me pushback about the fact that I talks to my daughter 2, 3, 4 times a day. I call into the classroom.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, I'm that dude. I call into the classroom. I'll be like,
I don't blame you.
I'll be like, most of the time I tell the teacher. I tell the teachers
on the phone.
I don't want to talk. I'll be like, I don't want to talk to Victory. Just tell her daddy on the phone.
Yep. Yeah. I'll listen.
So,
that's all. Listen,
I want her to be, even though we don't live in the same state. I want me to her to always feel like I'm there. That's why I call into the school almost every day. Right. That's why I do what I do. But I lost my train of thought. But yeah, these a lot of us who are worried about passing on and make sure. I've told my daughter, I don't want you doing what me and your mama do. That's why I talk to you the way I talk to you, and that's why I talk to you about the expectations that I have for you, because I don't want you to do what we've done.
That's
What you and your
a good point.
I said, no matter how much your mama thump and scream and pout and talk and rob her and pop her neck, and I said, no matter how much woofing your mama do, I said, baby, your mama is in here by herself. Your daddy is in his house by himself. That is not the life you are designed for. You will be a resource for your family. That is my goal and wish and prayer for you. Is for you to be a resource to your family, and you will have a family. You will do the thing. I try to tell her that all the time, and she'll say, I don't have to do that. I said, no, you don't have to do that, but I guarantee you don't want the life that me and your mother have. You don't want it.
I tell my dad, listen, everything you do, that's exactly what I was talking about teaching, you know what I'm saying, making sure that your kids do better than what you went through, you know what I'm saying, or anybody, any young woman or man that's around you. Tell the truth and be real.
Yep.
This shit ain't sweet out here, especially being
It ain't.
alone or going, you know what I'm saying? And I tell my dog, I always put it in that ear. Maybe when you find your husband, make sure your husband is like your daddy or similar. He gotta move like a man. He can't move like on the son. When you get your family, you get your lady, your wife, you make sure you treat your wife the same way you see me treating your mother and the whole 9 yards. You better referee. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta be repetitive with that. Like you said, like shit, I call the school.
I do
You
it
know
all
what
the
I'm
time.
saying? I even to a point where, hey, he don't even say nothing. Record his ass and send the video to my phone.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Call me on the phone. All that. Make sure all of that. Make sure. You know what I'm saying?
Just a few days ago,
I pulled up to the school I done pulled up to the school and all of that because they understand I'm not having it. I make sure that my sons are literally with male teachers. It's no offense to women, but I gotta have my sons with the male teachers. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want them to be trying to get over on, you know what I'm saying? I don't want them to be, you know how some boys try that bullshit.
Yeah.
You know
My
what I'm saying?
daughter told me a couple of days ago that, her mama was doing it big. I said, baby, what do you mean by doing it big? Well, she's strong, independent. I said, baby, how strong and independent is your mother and she's living in my house?
What? Ooh. So she painting a story now? That's what you're trying to say?
Well, my daughter knows that that's my house because my daughter was old enough, was 4 years ago when she moved in there. My daughter has the master bedroom in the house. She knows that that's my. I said, so baby, your mama. I said, this ain't your
That is
mama's
not
house.
doing it big.
This is not your mama's house. This is your daddy's house. Your daddy own this house. Your mama don't own this. I'm not. I said, your mama not none of my woman. Well, I said, what I'm doing. I said, what your mama is experiencing is because I love you. Ain't got nothing to do with. I said, and I repeat. I said, I don't want you doing what me and your mama do. I don't want you living in some. I want you to live in the house with hopefully with your husband. I don't want you living by yourself. I want you to have a full family. But a lot of times, Anthony Mackie. I don't know what's in the future for this brother because him talking like that, especially in queer Hollywood. Good Lord.
Well, he been talking like that for a minute, but now that he said what he said,
but he Captain
when he
America
said
now.
that,
He
it's
Captain
dead.
America now. He Captain America now.
Yeah,
Woo!
so that's why I said, like, when he said it, I was like, and he didn't take it back. He didn't know. I ain't know. You know how they do apology tour type shit. I was like, thank God
He Captain
he
America,
stood
man.
on that principle because
Marvel,
he told the truth. Thank God.
Holly Queer will not allow Captain America, especially a black Captain America, to talk like that.
Yeah, you know the narrative they trying to push, like they try to do with like I was shocked. You know what I'm saying? With the whole the red flag is a masculine man, like a straight man. Like nigga, what? That's the shit that they pushing.
I said at the beginning when I came on here about these types of conversations about how for me, they're just dead. I understand the joy in having them, or the angst that it causes, or whatever, and you know what I mean, or how popular they are, but nothing's being done. And then the work out here in the real world, you can see it. You can see it. We got a good number of decent guys. The women don't want them. That's the reality. Black women, and I'm being very general, don't want the decent guys. They're too life with when I say decent, that doesn't mean he's perfect. They don't want a life with they don't want a life with a responsible man, because with a responsible man comes responsibilities. You ain't for the talk crazy. You ain't for the spin reckless. You ain't for the dress weird. You're gonna raise the children a certain way. And our women are accustomed to running their own shit and running their own show without any real, what they believe to be real consequences.
Mm-hmm.
But that's society.
But
That's what I was saying.
see,
Like,
it might be society, but we're the ones being choked out by it.
I agree.
I remember years ago.
I agree.
I remember years ago, Bill Cosby was said, "Give your children names that they can be proud of." No, LaQuisha or anything like that. And he had a concert scheduled in Cincinnati. They canceled him. It seemed like anytime one of the brothers in Hollywood say that or something like that, they want to strike him. They want to cancel him. I was so disappointed to know that Denzel Washington kissed a guy in the last Gladiator movie. He's never done that throughout his career.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's never done that throughout his career.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's never.
Okay,
He's never been like
what's
that.
wrong with that?
What's wrong with that?
Mm-hmm.
Wait. What type
Wait
of
a minute.
kiss?
Let me try to answer it. Let me try. What's wrong with Denzel kissing a guy?
Yeah.
Denzel, to me, see, I grew up watching Denzel. Denzel to me is the alpha male. He's the guy that I want to walk like him. I want to talk like him. Almost I want to be like him. You know what I'm saying? I used to call I'm not Denzel. I'm Thinzel. I'm going to get thinner. He has the coolest walk. The guy delivers in every movie. And on top of that, when you hear him speak, he speaks with authority. You know what I'm saying? Any interview you hear him in, it could be sitting here. I saw one clip where he was sitting on the couch with Jamie Foxx, and they were redoing a scene that he was in. Even his laugh is contagious. I talk about Theo's kook laugh being contagious. Even his laugh is contagious. The guy as Denzel, Denzel to me is what Idris Elba is to a lot of people now, or whoever in Hollywood that's big now that's black. Besides Anthony Mackie, because I was never a fan of Anthony Mackie, but here he is.
Denzel did do that in the movie, but understand that it never made it to the final cut of the movie. So it wasn't in the actual movie, but it was filmed that he did that. His wife.
So what about this here?
Hold on a second. His wife had a whole conniption fit about his image, and Denzel because he got all the stroke going to. He went to the production and says, "No, we can't put that in there. My wife ain't having it." And I didn't blame him. Now I don't know one black man in Hollywood for the most part that hasn't been approached or that they've tried to dirty up with making the black man a homosexual. And let me tell you something, and it's becoming even more pervasive and prevalent.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care who people get mad at me. I'm gonna blame one dude for this, and that's Tyler fucking Homo Perry.
I knew it was coming.
Well, RBN.
Hold on a second.
You gotta go ahead, brother.
That fucking diabolical, evil, wicked, self-hating bastard, Tyler Perry, is given the green light for them to continue to push this narrative. And I was at my sister's house, and I didn't know Tyler Perry had a fucking series on Netflix. I sat there. I sat there and watched that and watched this.
It's horrible.
Ain't one decent, moral, upright, not the only two men in the movie that ain't gay. One is coked out, and the other one's an evil cop.
Oh hell!
Yeah, it's horrible.
They even got
All Tyler Perry's Netflix.
They even got the OG, the old man, as a what they call it, as a transformer.
I man, listen, they called me on the phone. Well, the wife called me on the phone. Well, I'm about to watch Black Beauty. I said, you better not. You better not watch that shit. I'm like, no. I'm like, listen, absolutely not. Trust me when I tell you, you're gonna be, because she not with that shit. She think that shit. I had to give her a warning. Don't do it. I said, listen, it's a whole lot of egregious shit going on. She's like, but it's Tyler. But I said, I'm like, yo, look at all his. It's only one movie that he somewhat tried to do right, and somehow the girl ended up with HIV. You get what I'm saying? Like she just.
Oh, that was horrible. The wedding.
You know what I'm
the wedding counselor or marriage counselor.
Yeah,
I know
fighting temptation.
Temptation. Story of the marriage counselor.
Yeah, and then the other one, the other one that what is it? The Family That Prayed. That was the two movies. Them was, but it was still diabolical.
The Black wasn't that bad.
But that Black Beauty shit that he talking about right now, like this Anthony Mack, this is what you see right here. This is a normal scene right here in that series. I wouldn't win.
They got them a full-on man, and they got every man is extremely good looking, extremely ripped, and they all they all like each other.
And okay, so why do it? If you know what I'm saying, out here preaching, you know what I'm saying, masculinity and this and that and the fourth, why do this?
Now
because they say it's just acting.
But that's not. But what's masculine about what we're looking at on the screen?
There's nothing masculine about it.
And this is what I be talking about. This is why.
And before,
Angry Man got into that was AI generated.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen,
I don't know.
That's a whole movie.
I don't know. I keep hearing this situation like this. This is what he did, but
that's a whole movie. Ain't no AI in there. It's a whole movie.
I mean, they did it to Wesley Snipes.
I'm not with it.
They did it to the Damian Wayans. They did it to David Allen Greer. They did it to Martin. Mm-hmm. They did it to
what's the dude that Wesley Snipes?
Wesley Snipes and Fu Manchu.
From Baby Boy.
They did it to Arsenio.
They tried to get Samuel Jackson, didn't they? They tried to get that nigga.
I don't know about Samuel, but I know they did it to Michael Clark Duncan. They put him in a wig.
They didn't do nothing. They accepted that. It was like, all right, I'm gonna do it. They ain't do nothing to them.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing like when I see dudes paint their nail, like dudes trying to justify. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, and I'm like, that ain't no masculine shit.
So and so, yeah.
You don't pay me. I don't give a damn. Like, man, that is
right. So is it masculinity above all until money show up?
That's for something. That's for something.
Yeah.
That ain't for that. That ain't. That's.
Yeah, who's that guy? Who's that guy that talks about his time on Big Mama's house? How when he put on the dress, everything changed for him.
You talking about
Brandon's.
You know my Brand, was it Brandon? Yeah, Brandon Jackson or something.
Yeah,
That Big Mama house wasn't even good though.
and to go back to what RBN said, Tyler Perry made it. I'm not gonna say he made it famous, but Flip Wilson did it years before that. He had a whole album cover where he had on a dress. The name of the album cover, the album was called "The Devil Made Me Do It." So
Now you gotta take it way back. You gotta take it to Robert Williams when he was alive with Miss Doubtfire.
No,
yeah,
that
yeah,
Flip Wilson was
yeah,
way before that.
Yeah,
yeah, and the Birdcage.
that was the beginning of the end right there. That was it. Then you start seeing the next
Dustin
one with
Hoffman and
when
Tootsie.
Tootsie.
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah,
Tootsie was
then
before
Tyler
Miss
Perry took it to
Doubtfire.
the next level because not
let's
only
see.
that was like the highlight of his career. Like
Yeah,
that was the
Robin
whole
Williams.
that was
Yeah.
anytime you mention Tyler Perry, you gonna always bring up Medea
Mm-hmm.
every time.
I
All
heard
day.
a preacher
But I
say
mean, again, you
But
have
this
to
is
bring up Medea because that's all he did for like
that's all he
15
did.
years before he did something where he was him.
Right.
You see, in the beginning, it was all his plays. They were centered around gospel things and everything.
Mm.
And
Family
then
getting back and
they
all
family, and he added humor. And I ain't gonna lie, in the beginning, I saw all his plays, but then something changed, man. Maybe
that.
he didn't
It came with a
change. He just started being himself.
no, it came with a message. When the play, like when the first plays and things like that, at
Uh
the
huh.
end of the situation, it always ended up with man, woman, and child, things like that, singing together. You know what I'm saying?
You
But
know,
now,
the woman was always going through something. That was the one thing for me. I'm like, what? Because as somebody who grew up, you know what I'm saying, around relationships that weren't always struggle, I'm like, damn, what's happening over here? You know what I'm saying, with my family that ain't happening with the rest of them. Like y'all, I mean, y'all bitch fighting and stuff getting cut off and everything is a struggle and you can't put one foot in front of the other and oh God, what I'm gonna do? Like what is going on? I mean, he really put out there that I mean, like love is like you can't have love. You get with somebody, it's gonna be a struggle 25-8.
shit.
He made money off of capitalizing off of black family dysfunction.
Like pain. I'm like, damn, why
Pain, right? That's
everything gotta
another
hurt?
word. That's a good word.
The-
Pain.
the-
I think his first play was Diary of a Mad Black Woman,
Remember when they
and
put
then
that in the theaters? They made that nigga. They made the lawyer dude. Oh my
yeah,
god!
man,
They
Man,
they,
listen, for
they
real.
painted. They made that dude every black man,
Now he
and
was
then
the second coming of Mister Child, for
yeah,
real.
and
I
you
was like,
notice in that movie she was saved by a light skinned dude,
of
Yeah,
course.
yeah,
of
yeah.
course. Remember now, Why Did I Get Married? What's her name? My that's my crush, and I forgot her name. Jill Scott. When
Mm-hmm.
she cracked that dude over the head with the bottle,
Right,
the
yeah.
dark skinned guy was the bad guy.
Well, I mean,
Mm.
what's him in Detroit was, I mean, he wasn't yellow.
Yeah, but the guy she got with after him was lighter than
He
he
was
was.
he was lighter than Mike. He was lighter than Mike, but he wasn't no red
Yeah,
bone.
no,
But
he
hold
wasn't a
on,
red
but
bone.
see,
Troy wasn't no red bone. Troy fine though, but Troy wasn't no red bone. Listen.
they made it like even them two, which was a good movie, right? But somehow, some way, they kind of painted the picture, or even when the woman was wrong, like the woman with the woman who was fantasizing about somebody else while they was making love and things like that.
Oh, you said that was in
They
the second
bypassed
one.
that
Yeah,
part.
now, Diane was
Um,
a trip. I was like, I don't know why he should have left her in the first one.
well,
They got the
because
tubes tied and
that
all this different kind of nonsense,
Oh
and
yeah,
and
child, he was too
that was a
much.
real scenario because again, a lot of dudes stay in these situations because they have kids and they're not really trying
hmm
to make it a statistic. You get what I'm saying? Like what RBN was saying. I understood what he was saying because I have to deal with that too, and I'm not more like again. I'm not mad at her. It's very disappointing, but I'm more mad at myself because I should have been choosing right. But I learned from that experience and I chose right the second time. You know what I'm saying? But it shouldn't have been no time.
Yes.
So it should never been no times at all. So I got it right the second time. But you know what I'm saying? The way they did that movie though is pretty much how they paint all men. They
Mhm.
trying to paint all men like Marcus. You get what I'm saying?
Tyler
And
Yeah.
Perry. Tyler Perry paints
Marcus was
that every
quiet.
black man, that
No,
every
no,
black
no.
man
Marcus,
is
Marcus was
either
doing a
vicious,
lot.
violent, or gay.
who?
Yeah.
Tyler
who?
Perry. He paints the narrative that he picked up where Oprah left off at. He picked up where
Yeah.
every black man is either vicious, violent, or gay. We ain't nothing
Oh,
else.
Yep.
yeah, no
Yeah.
argument about that. Yep, I agree with
Yeah.
that. I agree with that.
Yeah. I
I,
know my daughter. We had sat down together and watched that Tyler Perry Homecoming. Now, mind you, I didn't hear anything about it. So we sat down and I looked at the two. It was a scene with two guys are on the couch, and I told my daughter, "They gay." Daddy, how you know they should know? I said, "Just look. You
But why
can
did you point
tell
that
what's
out though?
because the way when men sit by each other, there's a gap.
Mhm.
that's the number one sign.
There's a gap. You ain't never been to a man's bathroom. All right, RBN goes to a urinal. There's three urinals. RBN going to one on the left. You have to have one empty in the middle.
The
I
one
go to the right.
you
Yeah,
never go to the one in the middle. You go in
yeah,
the
You
that's
bathroom.
never go to the one in the middle.
yeah.
Never.
We don't want to be in the middle. Nah,
Yeah, there's
that's
unwritten
last resort.
rules.
Let me tell you
That's
something.
last
If
resort.
there are three urinals and somebody walk in and that joker go to the one in the middle, I wait.
Yes. Yeah.
I wait till that
Because he
motherfucker
too
move.
close.
He
I'm
too close.
sorry. He too close.
That's a homo.
That's a
Yeah,
fact.
or you go into one of the stalls if you have to,
Yeah.
That's a
but
fact.
no, when they was too close on the couch.
Yeah,
Look,
we.
when me and my brother went to the show, we went to go see Austin Powers Gold member, and there was a seat in between us. Period. It's not something we're told growing up. It's just something that we know.
It's
Mhm.
understood.
Yeah,
Yeah, ain't no explaining that. Yeah, there's no. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro, come on now. My legs shouldn't
yeah,
be touching
yeah,
your leg, dog. My legs shouldn't be like. If we had a football game, we still try to follow the same rules. But
yeah.
if we
Even
ain't
on
got
the
no choice, then
bleachers,
you get what I'm saying?
we
But
stand up. If it ain't no room, we gonna stand.
yeah, it's
Instead of saying, when guys sit down, we sit down. We have one leg to the left, one leg to the right. You ain't gonna
mm,
see no black dude sitting crisscross with a T in his hand going, "Yay!" Nah, we gonna be in there like we watching football at home. We need room.
yeah,
And if you
we can't
sit
be
too
touching each other.
close, that's
Yeah.
not comfortable.
But hold on, but see, that's the part. Like that's what I'm saying. That shit ain't being taught. They put it like niggas supposed to be side to side. Legs supposed to be touching each other. You know what I'm saying? We
No.
Exactly.
supposed
To
to
be
put on.
side to side. Yeah.
We supposed to kiss other men on the forehead and cheeks and shit, and
Yes.
hug instead of giving a firm handshake. You get what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So niggas be looking at my son sideways, like it's like like I talk about today. He got mad earlier because the guy, I guess it was a dude, he on the other side, and instead of giving him a somewhat of a handshake, he tried to give him a hug, and my son put his hands up like, nah, handshake, and the dude got mad or whatever, and I was like, he did. We don't do no damn hugs. Hell, we do handshakes. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, he ain't wrong by that. Like if I got listen, I'm like, you wasn't wrong. Keep following the process. You know, I ain't got
But
to
see,
explain.
with me, like I said, I'm 55. With me, we didn't have to be told that. We knew. It's just we just knew.
Mm-hmm.
It was no. It was no. This is how you hug. All right, when you hug a woman, this is how you hug a woman. You know, you don't want to hug them too long, and you know, you shake hands. When you meet a guy, you give a firm shake.
Firm handshake. That was
You
the
know, yeah,
only
how you
thing you
doing?
learned. You know what I'm saying?
You know,
That was
that's the
it.
only thing you learn as a little boy. When you shake
Yep.
somebody's hand, you shake their hand and you shake it firm and you look them in the eye when you do it.
Yep.
That's it. We weren't taught when you know the urinal thing. It's just something that we know. I can't explain it. It's just something that men do. And when I saw them two guys sitting on the couch and their knees were touching, I'm like, yeah, nah. Come to find out later in the movie, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Then Tyler Perry didn't make it no better with the ending of the movie with him when the fishnet and Daisy Dukes. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah.
What it? In the beginning, there was a message of that I heard a pastor speak about this. He fooled us all with laughter and the message. You know, in the beginning there was a message. There was laughter. There was gospel. It was heartfelt music. And then I think the change as far as his movies came when he made uh Mr. Deeds or something. And there's a scene in that movie where he was dancing to Hit 'em Up. Tupac's Hit 'em Up. I'm like, yo, what the gospel stuff? What happened?
Even in the gospel, you know what I'm saying? It was trauma and pain inflicted on the women by the men, even with the gospel.
Yeah. It was. It was.
Yeah.
It was. Or it was the woman doing a good dude the dirty, and you know what I'm saying. It's
Hmm.
never like it's for some weird reason. It's never like a person who's going like actually doing the work on themselves
Mm-hmm.
to find each other or meet, and the join, because it seemed like even when the movies like what's the movie with Michael B. Jordan when he's a soldier or something like that, like a young black man get together and then a young black
Michael
woman
B.
get together.
Jordan
They all
was a
instead of it
soldier.
ending with the what I'm
You talking
saying,
about
they
where
go,
I think he in like the army or something. He get deployed
yeah,
and the wife
yeah,
pregnant.
yeah.
That
That one.
Army
I think
come
It,
it's
it
back
called
and
never
do
Edison.
everybody
it
in.
I
yeah,
think.
it never ends with a success at the end. It's always the man is dying and leaving the woman with the child. You get what I'm saying? Which is some bullshit. It's
Mm-hmm.
always
That's
like
what they
that for the
do in the
white folks,
movies, man.
but when it comes to
That,
black men, it never ends with the except for like Baby Boy. That was it. That was it. Little boy grew up to a man, got his shit together, even though he
that,
shitted on a woman and the whole 9 yards, yada yada yada. He lived through that. But anytime it's a successful black man who's not bisexual or anything like that and stand on masculinity, at the end of the movie, he's gone.
uh,
Period.
Mm-hmm.
Gone.
yes, yes, yes.
And
And
that's
by the
and this
way,
and that's what I
recast
said.
T'Challa, recast T'Challa, recast T'Challa. You know, recast T'Challa. Disney love making orphans out of their characters, making
Yep.
them fatherless.
Yeah. All right,
Mm-hmm.
fellas. I gotta get up out of here. I'm going to go lay down.
Okay, RBN,
Don't,
I just want to say, man,
eh,
you're in my thoughts and prayers, man.
don't worry about that shit. That shit gonna work itself out. But
Lord.
what? What do you mean, oh Lord?
You said that shit. Oh, just the way you said it, but I mean, I feel you.
Hey, RBN, I don't have bail money, man.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry
I'll
about
come
it.
and get you.
TJ keep bail money. He good.
Yeah, he good. No, we good. Ashley, put a logo behind you on your wall or something.
I was thinking about that. Yeah, I'm working
Yeah,
on it.
yeah, do something like that. Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, I just brought it up because I thought it was pertinent to the conversation, but normally I don't talk about the woes of
Well, RDN, I appreciate you sharing, man.
That shit
Yeah.
matters. The roles do matter.
It
I'm gonna be
matters.
real with you. All of
Yeah.
that matters. It just let it all matters, dog. Every time. Think about it. Even in reality TV shows, the man is the cheater, the man is doing this, that, and the third. The women are angels and saints. It's always the man. Hell, even what's the show? The other Tyler Perry show, Sister, whatever you want to sisters or
Sister,
some shit.
child, it's too much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't even
You
watch
see
that, but it's
how
too much
I
going on.
quit
the
watching
shit they,
Tyler Perry shows, man.
bro.
After the
Listen,
House of Pain, I was like, dude,
Now I
I was
watched the
done. I was
the
done
way
the first season.
they painted that the Fatima shit, the woman chick, and she was like, I don't give a damn about that little bastard. And niggas is like, I'm like, y'all just what? Huh? Wait a minute. I seen the clip. I'm like, yo. So you trying to tell me now they paint a picture that a woman can have a kid and don't give a damn about the kid and the whole 9 yards and it's okay?
I mean, most of them don't care about their kids anyway.
Bro, I was like, see, this the shit I'm talking about. This shit is some bullshit. But that's true too. Just to let you know.
All right, guys.
When is Tyler Perry gonna make a hero movie?
Care about these kids. Y'all ain't been watching the news?
He can't. If he makes a hero movie, it'll be gay. Tyler Perry is that nigga need to be thrown in a pit of fire. That fucking bastard.
He gonna bring back. He gonna bring back Zero the Gay Blade.
Yeah. I have nothing for that motherfucker, boy. I just don't. I'm sorry. Because I've stopped following Tyler Perry like almost 20 years ago because I thought he was, on some bullshit back then. But I didn't even know about this damn series, and I caught two and a half episodes. I had to leave. I was like to myself, I can't. I gotta go. This shit's.
Yeah, I can't do this.
I can't do this. Because it feeds just a. We don't need help with fucking up our our own image. We don't need it coming from within. You know what I mean? But that dude is just diabolical. Him, Oprah came out with her little.
Well, that's his. Oprah's his bestie, so of course he was gonna pick up where she left off.
Yeah, came out with her little bullshit apology. I didn't know this about black men I didn't know we were wrong. Yes, the fuck
You black? Quit playing, Oprah.
Man, y'all niggas knew y'all was wrong when y'all were trying to confront Shahrazad Ali on national TV. Same with the old chick. What's her name?
Man, they need to leave Sharada Azali. I can't say her name, but they need to leave that woman alone.
They knew that shit. They knew she was telling the truth, but they didn't. They didn't say, what, she right. No, they went on with that Oprah bullshit. 20 years later, now they coming out with these little fake ass apologies. It's too late. You know how much damage y'all niggas done did? Boy,
they're trying to clear their conscience before they croak. That's all.
Yeah, like it's too late for that. Y'all done did too much.
Yeah, it's too late.
All right, fellas. Good night. Ash, call me.
Good night.
Okay, right. I will. Thanks. Trucker, quick question, if you don't mind sharing. I mean, if it's too much, that's fine. Okay, so what actually what made you say, after your first marriage ended, I'm gonna do it again?
The woman that she actually her confident ass. It took me 2.5 years to actually start dating again. So yeah, and even when I was dating in, I was like, I told her on the first date, nope. Yeah, I don't want no kids. You don't want no kid? Nah. Why you don't want no kids? Because I don't want to be put in the same situation before. She was just like, I'm gonna have your first boy. I said, "Oh, you confident like that?" She's like, "Yeah." She's like, "Yeah." I mean, but we went to school together and stuff like that. But it took it took a while for us to really really. I would say I was still kind of I guess I want to say kind of like my third eye was open. I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't really you know I was more serious because like RBN was saying, sitting there, laying in your crib, and just picturing knowing your daughter is gonna pay the price. Cause I got the same thing. I got a daughter too. She's 13. She'll be 14 next week
Mm-hmm.
on the first. And I just every day I keep right. I hope to God that she don't turn out like her.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can do. And I talk to my daughter in secret at this point because her mama be on a bunch of bullshit too. So, but yeah, after that first experience, I was just like, I don't want to go through it. So I took it. I took everything I learned that I didn't listen to, like from my father
Mm-hmm.
uh, and a lot of the older folks, and I revamped, took the time out, put in the work, really got on my purpose, um, and then I ran into her, and it just went from there. 2015 all the way to 2000. You know what I'm saying? Still feel like the first day. So
Okay.
yeah, yeah. And she already had a kid. She you know, and when I met her, she was dating. Well, she wasn't dating, but uh, she was she was 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to do her work. She had to do her work, and I don't know. It just went from there. But I don't know. I just can't live in fear. I'm not going into it. I just can't live in that. That ain't me. I just learn from my mistakes. That's all. That's all it really is. Learn
Okay.
from your mistakes and don't make a second. Don't it, and once because before I even met her, hell, it was there was other women, um, but I was cutting their ass off so bad. I was cutting their ass off so bad all in the eyes. My sisters used to be like, "You a playboy?" I was like, "I'm not a playboy. I see the red flag. I'm removing. I'm not wasting no time."
Okay.
Nope.
You was trigger happy.
Man, listen. Once I saw similarities, I was like, "Whoop, wait, nope, nope." I gave a shot. You know, mm-mm, nah, I wouldn't have it. I'm good on that. I'm
Okay.
good. That's all it's really about.
Okay. All right, there's still hope. You just gotta. Well, we've had this conversation. You just gotta do your work.
You really
Yeah,
your work. You
I
really
tell
do.
you what, man. If I knew this young man personally, he would be in my circle because I can learn. I try to learn, like I said earlier. I try to learn from all the guys that are married because I inspire to be like that. You know, if you want to learn, you go to the people that you can watch, you can observe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all these guys, they're good guys. You know, me on the other hand, I was at the opposite end of the pool. You know, I used to be out there. I used to be out there. I'm not gonna sit up here and say I wasn't. You know, I played the game. I got played by the game. But
Mm,
something
mm,
happened when I had my little girl,
Mm-hmm.
and I started thinking, do I want her to run up on a? Do I want a guy to run up on her like the way I was? Uh, Boys are different. You can say, go chop that tree down with your hand. They go out there and whack it down with their hand. But girls, if they, what I've learned, is totally different. You have to approach them different.
Mhm.
So I try to be, oh man, I could say I became a man when I had when I had my daughter, because I had to learn compassion, I had to learn patience, I had to learn understanding, and most of all, I had to learn to communicate without getting angry.
Mhm.
Mm, that's
So when
mm,
I
thank
try to give her the example of a man that I want her to date, to marry, to grow old with. And then I also try to hip her on the game that these little boys, now you got to worry about the little girls now.
Mhm.
But,
who you
you
telling.
know, I had to, like I said earlier, I had to keep my head on the swivel. Uh, I share what Amina has all the time. I check, well, I have Spotify, and I allow her to listen to it, some music of her choosing. That way I can monitor what she's listening to. I monitor what she watches on TV. Uh, I'm not like that parent to be like, oh, you can't watch that. Oh, no, no, no. You can't listen to that. Um, I give her space. But I also ask her questions. I want her to learn as she grows, but I don't want her to be afraid to come to talk to me
Mhm.
about things that she may think that I may get upset about. Only time when I get upset is when she lies. I can't get mad at the truth. It's you have no reason to lie. And I tell her all the time. At last count, there's over 5 billion people in the world, and you're the worst liar of them all. So
Mm,
don't
mm,
practice it because you're not going to get any better.
yeah.
Mhm.
So I have to. I learned a lot. Now I dated women who, like the woman that I wanted to marry. She had two little girls, and I could say I played the stepdad. But I left when we broke up before they hit puberty. So um, I still talk to them sometimes. They still show me respect. They call me Mr. Derek. And, but when my daughter hit puberty, I was total not ready for the results. She told me what happened. I said, call your mom. I don't know what to tell you. Call
Mm.
your mom. Her mom was out of town at the time. Call your mom. I don't know what to get, what to do, what to say. And I was talking to a friend of mine. There are certain things that a woman can show her daughter, and there's certain things that a man can show his son.
Mhm.
And I had to learn to do the things like I was talking to her mother. I tell her, why do I know when she's about to ovulate? I, I know her cycle. Why? Why do I know that? I think that's a personal thing, but I know it because of the first time it happened. And then after it happened, she was getting cramps real bad. And, during that first year that when she started her cycle, it was rough for her because she never experienced that before. And now she's used to it, sort of. There'd be some times where she's cramped in and stuff like that, and she have to lay down with a heating pad and everything.
I ain't ready.
I leave that woman stuff to her mom. But I
Mm,
also take my daughter out to the car. I say, listen, this is how you check your oil. This is where the transmission fluid goes. This is where the wiper fluid goes. This is where the antifreeze goes. and pretty soon I'm gonna show you how to change your own tire. And if I have to, I'll show you how to do brakes. And she was like, I don't want to do brakes. I don't want to do. I said, listen,
Girl, you better learn how to do them breaks.
just in case you get a guy who can't change brakes, it's not going to emasculate him for you to already know how to do it.
You should.
And then I wouldn't. It's like your job, Amanaz. You work on a computer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. At one time I was taking CAD, computer aid and diagnostic. I wanted to build my own computer. I still know how to do it. All I have to figure out is how big the tower, the motherboard, and the processor. And then if I'm gonna have liquid cool or SICK wrap or whatever. And so I still know how in my mind to do it. But the application of the programs, you know how to do.
No, I don't.
You work on it.
I work on a computer, but
I know just as much as my cell phone would allow me to do.
So I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Like I know how to build race cars and shit like that. But the one thing, my weakness is brakes. I will not touch brakes. I don't know why. It's a kid thing. I will not. I listen. I knew how to do the chain links, break it down, remove all intake manifolds, carbon, all. But I will not touch brakes because I tried to do brakes one time and I didn't have no brakes. And ever since that experience,
damn,
I won't touch it. But even though I don't know how to do brakes, right? I could tell you the carbon brakes, steel. I can tell you the counter dual. I can tell you all of that. If I don't know how to mess with the brakes, I will take the car myself to a mechanic, right, and let him do the brakes. But everything else I can do. Everything else I could do. It wasn't even asking.
I mean, I know how to do what I need to do. Like I had to my dad, he was already gone, and I had to pull my car battery. I was mad as hell. I was like, this no bull. I don't want to be out here checking.
But
I say that this what a man for. Like I don't want to be out here, man, trying to.
But harmonize. This the thing,
I did it though, but I was not feeling. I was like, this no.
The man that he's with, that you know what I'm saying, that I if my daughter brought, well, daddy, I went to put some gas in the car and I fueled up the tank. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. What was your man at? Oh, he was in the car just. What? Wait a minute. Oh no, get rid of that nigga. No, that's no. Wait, you see your daddy do that? Will you ever see me sit in the car while your mama go pay for? No, if I give your mama some money, she can go pay for the gas. I'm already fueling.
I'm already pumping.
Even if she even tried that shit. I was get your ass in the car. You know what I'm saying? Don't. Oh, absolutely not. Don't no.
I'm not a fan.
You know
I was not a fan out there with that out there pulling that battery out. I was like, this is some straight bull. Like this ain't for me. This ain't me.
But that's what they trying to push out here though, Harmonize. They trying to push. Listen, that's what Anthony is talking about. They trying to push that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I'm Superwoman, and you can carry that damn car battery all the way to Walmart for 5 miles type shit, and you can walk in and say like, no, nigga, that is not your. That's the man's job. You get what I'm saying? That part. You know what I'm saying? He ain't supposed like. He should be out pushing the car, and you should be steering it. You know what I'm saying? Not the opposite way. Yeah, like no, that's not that's the shit that they trying to pass. Which that's why
because it's not being taught. It's just not. With me and my daughter, I just try to teach her things that
No,
she
it's
would
not that
need
it's not
for
being
life.
taught. It's that I don't need a man. I'm strong and independent, and whatever he can do, I can do. I ain't want to do that shit. I was mad. I was like,
Nah, we all have our roles. You know what I'm saying? That's why I kind of somewhat went
I
off that.
had much attitude. I was like, this some.
But see, and that's why I kind of went off on the old girl Izzy's joint
Mhm.
because the way she came up there with that bullshit, trying to paint it like only like all men just walk in the house and don't do nothing. It's like I don't know what little boys you been around, but that ain't how men roll. Like when we
Yeah,
come in the
Nope.
house, we already scoping out the whole crib. We looking at what needs to be fixed, what's missing, what's short, this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
We already, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking to my lady. I'm cooking because I love to do that. But I'm not the only man that think like that or move like that. But you trying to paint it because of the men the little boys that you like to be around, or your nieces or your nephews, or anything like that. That all men is like that. Hell nah! Don't try to push that upon me. I ain't like that. I damn sure ain't raising my sons to be like that. Absolutely not. So oh well, you know, well, it should take like $3,000 a month to raise your
No, it
kid.
don't. No, it
And
does
I'm
not.
like,
It
and
does not.
I'm like,
But see,
no,
what
it
they
does
be
not.
trying to do with that now? Because I was listening. I was like, this.
Three
No,
Yeah,
thousand
yeah,
dollars a month.
yeah, because they
yeah,
want
yeah,
to everything that they got to pay for. They want to. It's like if they didn't have kids, they wouldn't have to pay no rent. They wouldn't have to pay no car note. They wouldn't have to pay no lights. I'm like, that's bull. You still would have these bills, but they want the child support to cover all their bills.
yeah.
You don't need
And
no
that's
three
what I,
That's
thousand dollars
crazy.
a month to raise no kids.
yeah, because
If we wouldn't be here, if it took all of that, most of us wouldn't be here.
but see, that's what I was saying because they were basically because I understood what he was talking about with the 750 a month because I'm in that some way. I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? I would a woman that's would have had a kid with a father like that, but I'm still gonna be a man regardless. I don't give a damn what the other man is doing. But the fact that $750, they try to play it like it's a little bit of like it's just chump change, and
No,
I'm like,
right. That's
you
not a
can do
little
a
bit of money.
lot with $750 if you know how to manage it, if you know what to do. You know what I'm saying? One
Mhm.
month you can buy all four of your kids some shoes in 1 month, and then the next month you can take $750 at Children's Place, nigga.
You
I
can get
spent $300 for like 75 outfit, like 75 pieces. You get what I'm saying? And
hmm
that's from 13 all the way down to 2. So you not about to get. I'm like, that's why I was trying to tell her, like, oh, well, you're a truck driver, and I was like, well, I'm a owner. I own my own shit, but I
hmm
can honestly say it makes it easier for me because I have a woman that understands my purpose. She's not
hmm
making a headache for me. It makes it a whole lot easier to get out here and do what I need to do. But if she was to leave, then guess what? I can find a local job and be all right with that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm good with that. But I'm not gonna sit here and if she give me, I'm not about to sit here and talk about. I don't give a damn what she doing because at the end of the day, I'm responsible for my bills and everything else. All that child support money that she would try to give me is going directly to the kids. That's it. It's
And
not
that's the
on
one
me.
thing. And that's the one thing they
That's it.
don't do.
I know the
You know what I'm
child
saying,
support laws need to be changed.
bro? They was like, well, we trying
Yeah,
to,
that,
you know,
I had to lead that conversation. I was like,
yeah,
I can't. And
yeah.
then
They was
the
trying
next
to
day, they was
justify
doing
that
it
shit
all over again. Like I don't
When
know
this
why he
happened,
let
the other
he is
day.
my dude, but I don't know why he let Daryl Long and his chick come on there and run ramshide. Like I
Well, they tried it. They tried it, but see, that's what that and this is where they got ate up at because Is and Uncle Jeff, because I was like, yo, it
Uncle
just
Jeff, my
it don't.
dude, he was like, y'all bring some receipts. I need to
Yeah, bro,
understand.
no, I want to see, yeah, because Daryl was like, well, we spent 700, we spent $3,000 to send these kids. I'm like, well, how old is these kids? Oh, what, three
But
of
I'm
them is
saying, but
18.
ain't
What, they
nobody clicking it. You
grown.
talk about y'all spent $300 at the hibachi, and if so, you do that 2 or 3 times, you done spent the 750. But that's not
yep.
something you have to do. You don't have to go
But
there and eat.
but that's what I'm saying. Like y'all niggas is $750 Like, yo, what? Oh, they went to Las Vegas. That's y'all expense. That ain't the other man's fault. That's y'all. That money is for them kids to have clothes and shoes and hair stuff that's
Exactly.
necessary. To like
Exactly.
all the other shit don't matter. Oh well, he should be. I'm like, listen, it may not be a lot. That might be his last, but y'all got something. Y'all got $750,
Hmm.
and what y'all spending on is insane. Like, no, like I'm not listen. I don't give it. Like mine's only give $500 a month, but we take that money and I go right online because I buy. I love I do the online shit and whatever he need, I talk to her. What do he need? What I'm saying, oh well, he need this, that, and the third. So I kind of calculated, right?
Hmm.
It don't even take $500 just for him alone. Sometimes or we might spend that $500, but it's mainly on clothes and shoes. That's it. It's not like no electric bill, no cable bill, none of that bullshit. You get what I'm saying? It's none of
Yeah, they
that
be trying to pay.
unnecessary.
They be trying to pay all their bills with the child support.
Take and go out every 5 minutes. Like y'all go out every 5 minutes, but then y'all don't know how to cook at home with each other. Y'all don't even
Mm-mm,
sit at the dinner table without y'all damn
mm-mm,
electronics. And then
mm-mm.
y'all wonder why y'all don't know y'all kids. You know what I'm saying? It's not I ain't talking about there, no, but I'm just saying on a regular, like niggas don't communicate at the tables no more, dog. Like that's the
Mm-mm.
perfect time. Pull the TV around, eat dinner at the table. Y'all can all watch a movie all together. Y'all can sit down on the couch and on the floor and just eat food and watch John Wick type
Yep.
shit. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? But y'all don't do that. Y'all on y'all phones watching some bullshit and some nigga out here preaching this weird shit separation type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It, it's just a lot going on, man.
Yes.
That's what I said. Easy. Anthony Mackie told the truth, and niggas is up in arms. I don't know. I'm glad he said what he said. I'm so glad. And I ain't gonna hold you. If we come back with the I apologize tour type shit, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
I hope because I hate that, man. Like you said it, let it go. Because even when you come back and apologize, it's still we still got your tape. So what's the point?
I'm done. Like niggas is y'all you know what I'm saying? Y'all trying to make comedians apologize for some shit they said 30 years ago. Like, man, I'm good on y'all, man. I'm just gonna make you ain't gonna listen. You ain't gonna see the results harmonized until probably about 2030.
Mm.
Watch. Watch how this shit turn around. It's already getting bad. It's getting bad. They started think, oh shit, I can't do this by myself no more. I can't keep lying to myself no more. This shit ain't easy. I'd rather do 50-50. I'm gonna be real with you. I
Child, I'm over that 50-50. We gonna have a conversation about that too. But
yeah,
yeah. Mm-mm.
I don't understand. I want somebody to work with. I don't think 50-50 is a bad idea. It should have been like that, you dummy.
Well, you gotta be clear. You gotta be clear about what your 50-50 is, because everybody want to stop at finances, and 50-50 ain't necessarily got to be financial.
And that's the whole point. Everybody they expected the man to be Superman, and she get to lay on the
See, that's the
couch.
thing, though, and I think that's why I be so frustrated because I really don't, trucker. But like the guys that I you're saying come in contact with, like they emotionally lazy. They don't want to put nothing on the line, like
They
nothing.
talking about risking the success, like they scared of success. That's everybody want to be. Everybody wants shit to be given to them. Everybody want to be safe. They don't know
I
how to
found
deal
that
with life for real.
surprising.
C19 was that. That should have been a reality. But I think if there was another C19, watch how
Mhm.
many people buckle for real. Because truth be told, niggas was already losing their mind because they was like, "How I'm gonna work? Where my money gonna go? I don't know how to feed my kids." and then stimulus checks came out. And
Man,
then
you know what? That's the crazy part. Folks wasn't they all they was talking about was I got to get out the house. They weren't talking about paying no bills. They weren't talking worry about going to work. All they was talking about, I'm tired of being in the house.
but I saw I saw both sides. I saw that, but I also saw niggas walking around with like $20,000 in their pockets because they was not only just getting the stimulus checks, but they was also rocking. They had the stimulus checks, and they had the each child you get. I think it was like $2,000 plus on top of whatever you made at work. So they was getting that until a certain time, and I was like, y'all lucky, because if
I
it
ain't
was
getting none
my
of that
ass as
shit.
the president, none of y'all niggas would have gotten. I'm listen. Y'all only the people that really need it. Y'all, you know what I'm watching all this shit that's going on right now. It's more prevalent right now, like that's going on in the office. That this shit got to get removed. All of it got to get removed. All of it got to get revamped because y'all have took all of this shit for granted, and now y'all don't know how to. Y'all really don't know how to
That was your
survive.
opportunity to get right, and that's the part that tripped me out. Like, I had a blast. I'm sorry. I know that sounds crazy, but I had a blast during C19. I was in here minding my business. You know what I'm saying? I you know what I'm saying, work. I did a lot of traveling, and I got my stuff in line. And then here come Joe, and now it's all worse
That's
than what it was for the pandemic. I'm like,
Listen,
really?
I got all my listen. You wasn't the only one. That's when I started my trucking business. I started my trucking business right at that time, right at the perfect time. And I'm like, I'm still out here eating, and I'm like, even when hey baby, listen, get the air freshener. Anytime y'all walk in the house, spray it up in the air, do a 360. Everybody spray all this down the third. Anytime the groceries come to the crib, spray them down. You know what I'm saying? All of that. And then I was like, pack up. Well, I started with April, September. I was like, no, October, November. I said, yo, pack up. Where we going? I said, we moving to Texas. We going to
Okay.
I was like, man, listen, we going down there where we ain't about to force our kids to be taking these damn shots and shit like that.
Yeah, I
So
know.
sick of
See,
this
I
snow shit.
didn't. I did not. I didn't. Let me see. But my mom, she was in a nursing home, so she had to take it. My daddy took it because they was like, he was being treated for kidney disease, and they was like, if he
Oh
didn't
yeah,
take it, he couldn't get
no
treatment.
choice.
I was like, that's jacked up. So he took it. He didn't want to. I didn't take it. My sister didn't take it, and I'm the only one who never got it.
Yeah, that's what I said. Pack up. Where we going? We going to Texas. Really? I said, yeah, we pack up. We gone. We selling everything in the house, brand new. I don't give a damn. We selling it for cheap. I'm talking about I sold my 75-inch Samsung for like $500. I didn't
Oh
give a
wow.
damn. I was getting rid of my shit. I was just trying to get rid of everything, and then I gave the rest up. Had my brother gave a bunch of my shoes and stuff to the kids and things like that. And then we was out. And I was like, this is where we need to be at. It's a lot more sunlight down here, which is good for our skin in the first place. But on top of that, you know what I'm saying? They not having that shit down here. So kids went to school still. Kids, it was a normal day, things like that. So yeah, it was, I don't know, man. It was more of I seen both though. I was just like, I could only imagine if this shit happens again, what it's
Yeah,
gonna look
folks
like.
they're not gonna make it.
No, they not. They not. They're not. They revealed it, like with the TikTok shit. Too much pandering and entitlement. Too much.
because it
So,
makes money.
Yeah.
It
yeah,
makes
well,
money.
I
Um,
mean, it's the money.
unfortunately, it just makes money. That's somebody says something about the society we live in. That's the American culture, man. It's driven by money.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why during COVID they wanted them kids to go back to school in Cincinnati. Um, and I said to them,
Are you in the
"Well, how
nasty
you?"
attic?
Yeah, you must have saw that video too.
Yeah, I was in Columbus. I lived in Columbus and shit. So
Oh man, me and you will be best friends, man, because that means you're a Buckeye.
nah, I ain't no Buckeye. I'm a Michigan fan,
Uh,
dog.
you're what?
I'm a
You're what?
Michigan fan. Look at it. Look at it. He said, "What?" Ah.
You know what? I'm not going to derail the conversation, but I'm gonna say
Okay.
this: you could be a Michigan fan, but who's national champs?
Man,
Dun,
get
dun,
out of this, man. I'm
dun,
sick.
dun, dun, dun. Let me break
Damn
it
Buckeye.
down.
Get the hell out of here with that bullshit. I'm so sick of y'all. It's cool.
Man, you got to get in touch with me during the football season so I can laugh at you when
It's all
Ohio
good.
State beat Michigan.
Yeah, we've been whooping y'all ass though for the last 4 years. So I'm just saying. But
But
yeah, go ahead and finish what you were saying though.
I want to know,
Cincinnati
I'm going to
stuff.
ask a mention that guys are not willing to lay it on the line. What do you mean by that?
Who, me?
Yes,
They don't. Okay, well, the
your
one,
personal experience.
yeah, that I've come in contact. There's no emotional investment. Like there's no. It just. How can I put it? They don't want to. They just want to be cool with you. Like they don't want to. They don't want to want you. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't.
Oh,
Yeah, like they want you to. You know what I'm saying? Love you, love them to pieces. But like they, soon as they
they
get
don't
some,
want to pursue you.
it
I don't
I
ain't
think
even
get it.
because you can pursue somebody and it's still not really. There's no vulnerability. Like they'll, you know what I'm
it's all
saying,
about.
they'll tell you
They only
a
give you 10% instead of 100%.
exactly, but then you know what I'm saying, look at you crazy when you know what I'm saying, not giving them 150%.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well,
Like
I
I don't.
mean, mm,
I just find that hard because I know you.
mm-hmm,
You're approachable.
mm-hmm,
You're very easy to talk to.
mm-hmm.
Um, so that tells me these guys then they have opened up before and were hurt. So
I mean,
what I got
we've all been hurt. So I mean,
we all
I've been
been
hurt too. But if I'm still, you know what I'm saying, if
right,
I'm opening up, then
right.
you got to quit using that shit as an excuse. Because I'm like,
It's
hell,
not it's not an excuse.
it
It's a
is
way of
if you
protecting
realize that's what's going
yourselves.
on and you don't do nothing about it, it becomes an excuse.
Mhm.
It's
I
Yeah, at
mean,
it's
some
not
point.
the last year of my life, I got every reason not to, you know what I'm saying,
right.
to completely
Yeah.
shut down and
Yeah.
not and be sitting in the damn closet somewhere.
So
Right.
to her,
Uh,
to what she's talking about though, I'm gonna be
uh,
honest. I don't think this is just a man thing. I think this is just an overall thing. Especially with our women and men.
Mhm.
Too many people are scared to actually look in the mirror and actually fix the
Mhm.
issue. You get
Right.
what I'm saying?
But
So,
they'll love to tell
he-
you about the issues that you got that you need to fix. But
right,
then when you like, you
right.
know,
I
So,
yeah.
know.
I agree with that.
It-
Is and I mean and that's something I know for me, you know what I'm saying, to go back to what Derek was saying, I'm speaking anecdotally. I know that's something I've had to work on. Because again, like I said, the last year of my life ain't been no damn picnic. You know what I'm saying? I've had a lot of loss in my life. So
yes.
if I'm coming to, you know what I'm saying, coming to the table and I'm like, okay, you know, I you know realize where I've made mistakes in the past in other relationships, and you know I'm
Yes.
like, yo, I own that, and I'm trying to move different. You know, give me some grace. Like, what the hell?
yeah, that's
I'm just saying, you would, you know what I'm saying, um, Like my mom died in June of last year.
Oh,
So right. So you know what I'm saying? The second half of the year, I had my first Thanksgiving without my mama, first Christmas without my mama, first New Year's without my mama. So you know what I'm saying? So if I'm supposed to be, you know what I'm saying, trying to, get to know somebody, and we supposed to be, trying to, build and get into a relationship and see where that's going, and you know that, you know what I'm saying, this is my first Thanksgiving without my mama, first Christmas without my mama, first, and you act like ain't nothing going on. Like, what am I supposed to do with that?
I mean, I get you. Listen,
I can't speak for these men. I can only speak from my own experience. As you know, um, I'm gonna share something real quick. Coming from a background of being abused by my mom, and I shared this one. Amanize another thing that's happened in our Black community. We are attracted to abusers. Um,
mm,
I had foster relationships with women, not knowing, uh, not knowing that I was attracted to women that reminded me of my mother,
Mm,
oh no,
and
that's
I
that's
had
a
to
lot.
get out of that.
That's a lot of men.
mm,
That
That's
there's a lot, so I can understand. Amanize is reaching out to a guy, and he's withdrawn. Maybe he's dealing with some trauma. It took me a long time. Now I consider Amanize a good friend. It
mm,
took me a minute just to even tell her because of the fear of being judged.
mm,
And I had in my own experience, once I open up,
mm,
particularly to a woman, because a
mm.
man never did it, it's thrown back up in my face.
Okay.
That's
Right.
why this,
Okay.
that's why that, that's why this,
Okay.
that's
Well,
why
see,
that.
I mean, but that happens to everybody because I've had, you know what I'm saying, I've shared things with me and then they turn around and threw this shit back up in my damn face.
But he
I,
was a weak
I just
man.
saw that.
Men
It just
don't do
pressed
that.
my phone cell. So I'm saying, so I've had don't say throw shit back up in my face. So I mean that happens to everybody. But again, if I am if I'm dealing and this even with you, there are things that you've told me in conversations that we have I ever done that to you?
Nope.
This is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? You've told me stuff. Have I ever, you know what I'm saying, the next conversation or a conversation 2 weeks from then, you'll start acting funny and you'll say and be like, well, I mean,
No, no,
like
no, no.
I'm
But
always, you know what I'm
that's
saying,
that's
trying to be
you.
be supportive.
That's that's you, my friend. That
Right.
is
That's what I'm
you.
saying. So I'm
We're
talking about
talking
me.
about
Talking
men
about me though.
who,
So
right?
if okay, so I'm talking about me, Derek. So I'm saying, so if I'm giving that to you as and you're my
Uh-huh,
friend, can you imagine
uh-huh.
what you would get from me if you was my man?
Hopefully, that cake you promised me a year ago.
This is what I'm saying. But I'm saying, so if you seeing what you can get out of me as a friend,
Uh-huh.
you can imagine what you getting from me. You know what I'm saying? If you was my man, then
All I wanted was that cake.
you at that point that should give you some comfort or some
Ooh.
confidence to go ahead and put some on the line.
nah,
And
That's
see,
all
that's
I'm
me.
saying.
That's me because one, and we talking about me and you. We have built a rapport.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We have because we were friends first. We
Mm-hmm.
have built a rapport.
Yeah.
Um, Now, since we talking about me and you, yes, I was attracted to you, especially when you said you was gonna make that cake.
I got you though.
Man,
I'm gonna make the cake.
that cake was so good looking. I ain't know what I want or more, her or the cake. So I used the excuse of getting a slice of cake just to meet her.
okay.
And that's before we had exchanged contact information and everything. And then after over numerous of conversations, I
Mm.
opened up to her. She opened up to me. We became good friends. You know what I'm saying? But that's me.
Right. And I get
I
that, but
seek
I'm just
out friendship and from good people.
mm-hmm.
But if you would have met me 5 years ago, All I was about just trying to do you. I'm being specifically honest about me. I wouldn't have opened up to you to the point where I felt vulnerable. I wouldn't let you that close because my experience has taught me you gonna hurt me.
So
Yeah,
You
but
are gonna hurt
you
me.
gonna come in
that's
with the
not,
mindset that I'm gonna hurt you, and then set it up and try to put me in a position to hurt you. But then when I don't hurt you, then what? Because by that time I'm gonna be like the hell with it.
nah. It,
You don't
We
ruin the
self
whole.
men like that, people like that sabotage good relationships because of unresolved trauma or pain. This is
nah,
why me personally, I have sought out therapy because I know I have. Somebody mentioned it in the chat hours ago. PTSD.
Mhm.
I know that, and I recognize that. And another reason why I am getting counseling or therapy. My daughter, I got a phone call from the school about my daughter. My daughter wants to go to therapy. And I didn't know she was feeling like she can't talk to me. So the counselor therapist is talking to me, and she said, "Well, we provide a safe place where kids can talk." I said, "There's one thing that I don't like about this. I want my daughter to be able to talk to somebody, but I prefer her talking to me
Well, I mean, she's not gonna be
first."
able to tell you everything,
But
Derek. That's not
but
a
I
voice.
know, but hear me out. Hear me
I
out.
don't tell my daddy everything.
A couple years ago, I was in and out of the hospital. I mean, in and out, in and out of the hospital. I shared with this you about that time.
Mm-hmm.
So my daughter was physically and mentally upset that her father was in and out of the hospital, and it'd be like I'd be out 1 week and back in the hospital 2 weeks later. So I get this phone call from the school counselor. We need, we're calling you, Mr. Gaines, and letting you know that your daughter is depressed, and we want to put her on some medication. Oh,
Nope.
the hell you ain't.
Nope.
shit, I feel you on that one.
First
Hell
thing they
no.
want to
Oh,
do
the
is put
hell
you on
you ain't. And
medication. Nope.
I cussed that man up and down, left and right. I said, man, listen, I've been in the hospital on and off. Don't know why I keep going back. And it was the bacterial infections I kept getting from lymphedema. So at the time, I didn't know. So I cussed that man out. I said, listen, man, I've been in the hospital so many times. Oh, and my daughter was 10 then. I said, of course she's going to be depressed. Of course she's going to be upset. Her dad is in the hospital, and all you want to do is medicate her?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't doing that
No,
shit. I listen.
no.
Yeah,
I'm
I
here to
feel
tell you that I'm here to tell you that it ain't it is the craziest, because this is the thing though with the medication. You take it, and it's not that you don't feel, you just can't, like, because I took for a little while. um I still would want to cry. I just couldn't physically cry. So I was like, what the hell
Yeah,
good is this? I might as well cry and like my grandma said, take your 15 minutes and get on, versus I'm sitting here stuck for 3 hours wanting to cry and I can't.
yeah,
yeah.
my
It says it's supposed to even
It
you
don't
out.
erase you, don't
yeah.
erase whatever's bothering you.
Tryna-
I mean, depending on which one they give you, you might be half of 35, 40 minutes. But I mean, I
Yeah,
Is
still
it
lose
they
the
trying to
black
get my
kids
oldest
Ritalin or
son.
Cetera?
Talking about he got ADHD. I'm like, he a little boy. He supposed to be hyper. Now, if the
Mhm.
nigga running around for 72 hours, I'm talking about running around nonstop. I understand it, but yo, he a little boy. He hyper. He supposed to be energetic. He ain't supposed
Mhm.
to be. Nah, hell no. Take that shit. Don't even get his ass
Yeah,
right off of that. Don't even think about giving that nigga no. No, and and exactly, he was just a little boy. They were just using that as an excuse to put him on medicine like they normally do, which is
like they do a bunch of kids
Yeah, because
who
see, they
they
get
try
money for that.
to with these chemicals. But you know, going back to these guys who won't open up, you know, I can't speak for them. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychologist. The only thing I know is what I went through and how I dealt with it. It's good to have somebody to talk to someone about it. But I guess these guys today are built different because they want women to chase them and don't. From what I hear, they don't want to put in the work. I can't get down with that.
I actually had one tell me, and y'all heard me talk about this guy before. He actually, you'll say he has custody of his kids. He's divorced. And he actually told me that, because I was like, we lived in the same city, but then he, got a job and moved to another state, which ain't far from, where we are. And he was like, I was like, so, he was like, I still want to try to, see where we can go with this, that, woo, woo, woo. We really ain't that far apart. I think it was like 6 hours. I'm like, that ain't nothing. My sister live in Maryland, so hell, 6 hours ain't right. 6 hours ain't nothing for me. So he was like, I was like, okay, cool. So he was like, so, time going by, we talking to him. I'm like, so when are we gonna see each other? And he was like, well, just let me know when you coming and I'll make some time for you.
Huh?
Yeah. I'm gonna say that one more time, Trucker. He was like, just tell me when you coming, and I'll make some time.
He wasn't trying to come to you, but he expected you to come to him all the time.
This is what I'm saying, but I'm like, why? Like, other than seeing you, I ain't really got no reason to be, be there. I can pass through there on the way to go see my sister. But I mean, other than seeing you, I don't have no reason to be in this particular city. And he was like, well, I mean, it's gonna be a while, before I can, come back, to North Carolina. I'm like, well, okay. So I'm like, well, since you the one with the kids and the job and the responsibilities, why don't you make arrangements for your kids? Let me know when that is, and I can come.
See, that
you would have thought he don't understand.
He wanted you to make it easy for him.
I'm like, so you want me to tell you I'm coming? I don't have no reason to be there other than to see you, just for me to get there, for you to be like, I couldn't get nobody to watch my kids.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it sounded like he wanted you to spend the night.
Yeah, that's what that was. Because
that's what it was.
If it was my kids, and if I was in a serious situation, listen, you can come down anytime. Especially when I got my kids. If I'm serious about you, that's one. But if I'm coming to see you all the time, you should be able to come down to see me too. But I'm not expecting a woman to come see me, like, unless she's like passing through. If she call me, hey, listen, I'm taking a trip. I'm driving down to Florida or some show, South Carolina, or whatever. I'm passing down. Oh, you gonna stop by?
Yeah, if I'm already gonna be going there. But my thing is, I was like, that would be the only reason I would be there is to come see you. I don't have no other reason to be going there.
I know if you come to see me, or any woman come to see me, you ain't gonna see my daughter.
Well, that's it. I mean, okay, so like we had gotten to the point where I had already, been around his kids. Like that. His kids, his kids still, call me. I still check on them, all of that. But I'm just saying, like, he was like, well, I mean, just let me know when you coming, and I was like, how does this make sense to you? He was like, well, I mean, me making time for you, means that you a priority to me. I was like,
Nah, he playing. No, I'm sorry.
Nah, he wanted you to spend the night, get up and cook him a breakfast the next morning on your way out the door. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, I was like, nah. Like that doesn't make any sense. I was like, if this was a priority, then you saying you would have all that worked out and be like, look, come this weekend or meet me at such and such or whatever. But I'm like, you need to be handling that because you the one with the damn kids.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it was something serious, he would have. Listen, I'm How about this? At the end of this month, I'm gonna put in my days of these days to be off. That way, it could be 4 or 5 days, and this time the third. They'll just put it in advance. You know what I'm saying? It ain't got to be next
Right.
week.
Because that's what I was saying. He was like, I mean, yeah, like something wrong with me. I'm like, no.
But see, I know for me personally, when I started seeing other women, when me and her mom broke up, I never took my daughter around another woman. I just never did. It's
Me too.
been one. It's been one in 15 years that I it wouldn't even been in, oh, I'm coming to see you. Nah, my daughter here. You know, you have to
No, but
come
I mean,
some
I
other
didn't say
time.
nothing. But my thing, I didn't say nothing about going to his house because I'm to
Mhm.
like no, like
No, that's what that was his plan for you to come to his
he
house.
didn't never say come to my house. He just said come here. But I'm like,
He
why?
didn't have to. That's the game.
But I mean, they had already stayed at his house and all of that before. So I mean,
That's the game.
but I'm
Dang.
like, why in the hell would you be like, yo, just tell me when you coming? No.
That's the game. So he could get ready.
Well, hell, if
That's
you
the
planning it,
game.
then you already ready.
Nah, there's ready and then there's ready.
No.
That's the game.
I was like, that's
Everybody plays the fool. Everybody play the game.
no, I was like, that's
Everybody plays the game.
so of course,
You didn't
of course
want
I was wrong for
that
that.
day. You didn't want to play the game. You didn't want to. I know. I've been trying to come out that way to see you. I know my good friend Eric Jordan gonna be in the Carolinas soon. I said, man, you should swing by so I could go get my cake. He just starts laughing. I said, you think I'm serious? Man, as soon as I get this car roadworthy, man, listen, I just ain't gonna go through West Virginia. I ain't doing that. No, no banjos and cornfields for me. But that's the game. He wanted you to come to him. Call me when you on your way. Or call me, like, all right, cool.
No.
That's called
That's
yeah,
called
that's running
lazy as
game.
hell.
Yeah, that's called running game. But I
That's
listen,
game.
you know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna hold you. Like me personally, I can only think of two things. Either one is fear or two niggas just playing games. That's all it really is.
Yeah. Y'all see you
Yes,
already
sir.
been in this house. Why you gotta call when you on the way? Think about it.
No, he said
That's
no, he said let me know what weekend you coming and I'll make some time. I'm like, nah, you need to be making time and letting me know what weekend to be there.
Saturday.
Listen,
Like,
I ain't going. I'm sitting here thinking to myself like, shit. I would have been like, listen, I'm
Yeah,
gonna need
come Saturday.
like, well, how long you? I'm like, listen,
How
how
long
about
you go? Harmonize. How long you gonna stay? Well, it's a 6 hour drive, and I feel comfortable around your kids. Can I spend the night? Oh yeah, say less. Say less, and then we go maybe have breakfast Sunday morning,
they
and
had to say nothing except hello when I answered the phone, and he'd be like, look, you know what I'm saying? Come for the weekend on this weekend. Okay, let me make sure I'm good and call him back with the yeah, I'm good or no, I can't. But ain't no damn. Let me call. Oh yeah, I'm a come see you the last weekend of April. What the hell? No.
so he was expecting you. So yeah, because any nigga that's serious, he coming to you 6 hours. Yeah, 6 hours. You know what I'm
man, you
saying? He got
6 hours away. If we in the same state, oh my goodness, I'm coming to see you. If we in the same state, no.
that's what I'm
Hey,
saying.
if I was willing to fly to New York to see Shauna TV, I'm willing to drive 6 hours. Well, I'm not 6 hours away, but I would, man. No. Harmonize, I'll be there Friday.
Right. So
Okay,
see,
where you go?
that's the kind of stuff I be running into. I'm like, what the hell? Like,
Yeah,
Because you got what they want.
But it's been a few of them.
So
You might run into a little bit more
yeah,
before
you
you
gonna
find the one.
trust me. It's gonna be like that for a little second. I ain't gonna hold you because I know, like I said, when I was out here dating, shit, man, I was. Oh, okay. Do-do-do-do. Yeah, let me go ahead. Do-do-do-do. Yeah, hey, dang, bro, why you cut her off? I like, yeah, she out here playing games. She thought, no, she thought I was some nice nigga and tried to run game on me like I was a little foodie in her phone. Nope. Do-do-do-do.
Mm-mm.
Nope. She just wanted some dick. Nope, that ain't what I'm looking for. Do-do-do-do-do-do. No, nope, nope, nope. I don't want no girlfriend. I want a wife. I don't want a girlfriend. I want a wife. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to take it like that. I had to cut off a lot. Like when I met my wife, it was four other women, and I was just cutting them off one by one. Because I like he was saying, like, because I think it's unfair to make somebody else suffer for somebody else's past mistakes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things I will always tell, like I told my wife on the first date, um, listen, what you're about to receive is not a game. This is who I am, and it's not no playboy shit or anything like that. So I don't want you to think I'm doing all this shit to get, to get something out of this. Is just me. Um,
Mm-hmm.
don't make me suffer for somebody else's mistakes. Point blank.
Exactly.
Because once you do, and that was the one thing I told all the women, and like I told her, I'm like, I'm looking for a wife. I'm not looking for a girlfriend. I'm looking for a lady. I'm creating my legacy. I respect my last name. I'm not on the bullshit, and I damn sure don't want to go
And
through
that
what
be the
I went.
messed up part because see, I done come some of these same cats saying that same shit, and I'm like, listen,
Because
like
it worked for them before.
I'm not here to play no games, and then you coming with the bullshit, like,
Because that lame game worked for them before. I'm gonna give you an example. Me and my good friend Kim years ago, we went out to old school happy hour. We
mm,
said I had on a little something, she had on a little something, and we just sitting there enjoying drinks. I brought drinks, she brought us food,
mm,
and I said, look at this guy. Like, he hitting on every woman in this bar, but he gonna get one woman to say yes. So we watched him hit on every woman. He get that one to say yes. That's all it takes. He could be rejected 20 times. That one. They will use this part of the game. They will use the same line that had them success in the past. This is what I teach my little girl. It's nothing new under the sun. They will use what worked for them before. That's why you keep running across the same
no,
kind.
it's the wasting of the time. You wasting 5, 6, 7 months with the bullshit, like.
Because in 5,
Oh,
6, 7 months, he trying to, he wants
yeah,
some grits and bacon.
yeah,
Okay, and that ain't what, and you ain't get it.
yeah, right.
Well,
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
part of the game.
That you got to catch that. Shit, that's why some of my friends that call me on the phone. Oh, well, he doing this, that, and the third. Oh, he running game. Go ahead and just. Yeah, I'm telling you, don't. Hey, listen, time is priceless. Choose what you
It
choose. But
really
I'm
is.
telling you,
It
this
really
Yeah.
nigga
is.
is playing games. If he was serious, you get what I'm saying. He would be moving like this, that, and the third. But it sounds like he playing games. So you try this. Try to do this. Try to give a little bit more. Try to talk to him and things like that. Try to take him out. Just see what he do. If he ain't really in tune with that shit, then yeah, he only after one thing. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much
And you know what, brother?
it.
Amanaz got a great support system. And I joke with her all the time about it. Amanaz, tell the brother what's your living tribunal.
Oh, you talking about my daddy, my granddad, and my sister.
Now,
Oh, they giving
they
you all your.
gotta go through them.
Yeah, they gotta go. Yeah.
No, that ain't nah. That yo, my daddy don't want nothing to do with his ass.
See,
See, there you go. That's the
see,
Hell
part,
no.
nigga. That's it.
see.
That's it. That's it, nigga. Hey, we catch on to shit that you wouldn't see in the first 5 minutes. As soon as get rid of that.
He
That's
was
what that
like,
was.
cause you know what I'm saying? I normally don't, and that's the thing though. I normally don't talk to my daddy about, you know what I'm saying, dudes I date. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Or try to, it's because I haven't he ain't here, so we ain't, you know what I'm saying, wasn't really, going out and all that kind of stuff. And so, you know what I'm saying, I started, I was like, let me run this by, daddy. So because again, he was here for like 3 months. He was like, nah, this nigga won't shit his own way, and that ain't what we gonna be doing around here. Cause again, until I see what the motherfucker look like, I don't want to hear nothing. Verbatim. My daddy said just that. He was like, yeah, nah, we good.
That's a
He was like,
dad for you.
he was like, he
Yeah.
won't shit his own way, and that's gonna be a problem. Because
Yep.
right now he ain't doing shit. I was like, oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
So yeah,
I told
I can't even talk to I can't no, they don't hear nothing about him.
I told Amanaz I have never met a woman's father. I always met their mom. I wouldn't, me personally, I wouldn't even know how to act.
Man, I'm
And I'm 55. So let's just say for the sake of argument, I start dating her. I gotta go through the living tribunal. I gotta
Oh,
go through these
you
three
call this
just
different
to
tribunal.
seek approval.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
You
some
know,
pressure.
but man, you know it's crazy because let's see, Kels, Lisa, my wife's dad, my other, and me and the other dad, we fell out recently. So she's up north. She back in Columbus now,
Mm.
but I didn't meet him until he got out of prison. And then when he got out of prison, he didn't like the situation that was going on because at the time, I, I'm in the poly thing, but I'm I was blessed with two, but I'm good with one now. But he, but the like, so the other dad, right? The first dad I met, he was cool as hell, but he ain't shit though. He wasn't shit, so I couldn't take his shit. But he did let me get money with him though. I will say like that. Like he would take me with him to test me out basically. Basically I had to work with him, right? So that's kind of how I got into the trucking thing, right? So I was like kind of like I would say grown, like just getting grown. So but that still don't count. I ain't gonna count that. Then Lisa's dad, which basically put me on game. He was a good dude. I actually work with his wife, but he passed away, but I still work with his wife. Um, but the daughter, I don't really communicate with her. But I work with he was a good man, old school, stern, straightforward, cutthroat type OG. Like nigga he was that nigga. I give him to him. But man, the conversations we still have, I miss them conversations because we used to talk about war type shit. Like, here's my gun wound. Oh yeah, you got shot right there. I got shot right there too. Man, I remember I got caught on fire the whole night. We used to talk about shit like that. We used to just clown. And then the other dad, pretty much like my father-in-law, he dope. He pretty dope. Like, he pretty dope. Same thing. Work ethic, but I definitely had to go through the ringer though. That going through the ringer shit, pressure. It was pressure, like pressure. It was only pressure because you know they was trying to test me, and a lot of it I had to stay calm. So that was the hard part. But the last one, the other dad, yeah, me and him, nah, man, he didn't. He just he kind of made me basically try to make me suffer because of the decisions he made through his daughter. You get what I'm saying? And I can't really be mad at it because I want my daughter to listen to me too. But at the same time, it's a lot of parents that fuck shit up for their kids and don't even realize
Ain't
it.
that the truth?
So, you know, she made her choice. She got to live with it. She in Ohio now. She regretting her decision, but you know, it ain't gonna never be no trust. So, you know, she can't never come back, which is cool. You know, I just, and though I would love for her to come back, but no, I'm on my purpose, man. I can't be with anybody that I can't really trust, especially in the business that I'm
See,
in.
and exactly. That's and exactly. I'm like, you wanting me to trust you gonna do what you can't. Yeah, nah. You want me
You
to put
know,
all the trust, invest all the trust, and you ain't doing shit. Yeah, nah.
I invested so much, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I put my all into both situations. You get what I'm
I'm
saying?
tired of being the only one who investing. I'm sick of that shit. Like for
Yeah.
real.
And you know, it was the heartbreaking part about it is, you know, it's the risk to reward, and it sucks because I did invest every ounce of me into that situation. But at the same time, as much as I love you, I gotta know when to cut you off too. And just the trust situation ain't gonna never, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I disrespect you or anything like that. You just after a while, you let your parents dictate your future, which ultimately caused the destruction of your family and things like that. And I'm on a village mind type of shit. I don't want that to be around me. I can't, you know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I was blessed with two, but I'm good with one. So, I mean, it's just, nah, I'm good. I need a woman that's going to understand my purpose and not make my purpose a headache. I'm good on that. You listening to other people before me, even though, I'm doing what I'm doing to make sure you good and be successful in life, and you still listen to other folks, and now you up there regretting your decision, and you gotta live with it. It's hard, but you gotta live with that. So, but yeah, man, I'm good. What's crazy about that too is that her own mama told her, "You making the worst decision. You don't even realize it. You know, you don't even realize it. You listening to your daddy, and he ain't got a pot to piss in." That's some exact words. Yeah, invest 10%. It's a risk to reward. I guess it's the same way how people try to marry, use she gonna take you for everything type situation. I don't really. Everything comes with a risk in life, regardless. So you got to understand that
Yeah.
it is
Well,
what it is.
if I'm the one taking all the risk, that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, I mean,
You're worth the risk because I know you personally. You have a disarming personality, and any guy worth his salt, he will pass the tribunal test with flying colors. Your blessing's coming, but before your blessing get there, I'm gonna get my cake.
I got
Because
you.
you don't ask another man's wife for a slice of her cake. That's 10 paces and turn and shoot type of stuff. Nah. I don't let me have to come to the reception just to get my slice of cake.
Child, no, it ain't that serious. It ain't that serious. It is
That
not
cake
that
is.
Man, listen, you think going to cooking with Kaya and ain't that you see the reaction how these women was losing their damn mind. It's that serious out here, okay? They don't know how to cook. You don't understand.
Yeah.
That's a rare thing out here for
And they
these
try to
bitches out
cancel
here.
that
You don't
girl.
seem to be doing me no good.
They suffering right now. I'm telling
Like,
you, they don't.
damn, I know I cook, I know how to clean, I got my own, you're saying my own interests. I ain't got no kids. Like,
You need to move to Ohio.
the fuck? Like,
Hell no,
seriously.
don't you move your ass to Ohio. Don't you do it.
No, no.
Hey, New Edition be here every year.
Yeah, they be here down here every
Man,
year.
We
look,
got a football,
it's look,
baseball, hockey. We got football,
Cincinnati is
baseball.
Cincinnati is okay. Just don't move to Columbus. I'm telling you, that's the worst
Yeah,
decision my
don't go
dad
to
ever made.
Columbus.
Mm.
Don't move to Columbus. I'm telling you.
Columbus is it's not that good.
Yeah, Columbus is it's a good place to live, but the people are terrible. Don't
Wow.
move.
Especially over
And
there by that
yeah,
what's that shit they got a children's hospital. That whole area
man,
right there.
listen, we had a kid up there. Listen, when I mm, my what was it? Was it my daughter? Which one was it? My son, my second son. We had children's is terrible. Children's is okay. Ohio State Medical Center, nigga. We sued the hell out of that hospital.
Mm.
Oh God, I listen. They locked my wife up right after my son
What?
was delivered. Yeah, and put her in the fucking mental ward place
For what?
because the damn doctor, the man, did you know they was running a scam up there, and the doctor basically put her in that crazy shit right after. I'm talking about ain't even had the baby. It was the second day. Put her in a room with these crazy ass people, and I'm hot, nigga. I'm up, nigga. I pulled up at OSU Hospital in a semi truck. You don't understand. I'm blocking every section. I didn't give a damn. I'm hot. They will not release her until like the third day. Come to find out, they was just taking people down there and basically locking them up. She wasn't the only one. There was another woman too, and they had them down there with these crazy people. And it was kind of like how the goddamn police deal with their quota type shit.
Yeah.
Mm.
It was kind of like that. And I was not having it, man. We sued the hell out of the hospital. And then when I did that, because I kept telling her, I said, yo, we should not have our kids at this hospital. I'm telling you. She
Mm.
wanted, she wanted to have her kids at OSU because, she had her first kid there and she felt oh so comfortable. And I'm like, yo, I'm telling you, it is not the same. It's not the same up there. I'm telling you, or it's not. And after that, I said, "See, bet your eyes listen to me for now. Bet your eyes listen to me now." That was the last time she did that shit. But yeah,
I hope that doctor and everybody involved got the doctor lost his license and everybody involved got fired. That's what I
seven
hope
people
that
got
happened.
removed. Seven people. Seven people got fired. Uh, uh one of the manager, the head person, uh, three of the nurses,
Uh
um,
huh.
and who was it? Trying to think. That's fine. there was two other people, but I can't remember. One of the psychiatric people or some joint like that. Like, you know how they got the hospital got their main like a
Yeah,
psychiatrist there or something like that. Yeah, that
yeah.
person got fired. Um, yeah, it was a yeah, it was real bad, dog. Like it was
And
bad. I was panicking because you know what I'm saying. I'm like, she just had a baby and
right,
she can't move. No telling how these crazy motherfuckers is down there what they doing. You get what I'm saying? And ain't shit
right.
I can do as much as I'm over here getting arrested in the whole 9 yards. So and I got a my you know what I'm saying like my daughter, which was like 2.5 years old. Oh my god, dude, I was panicking like crazy, man. I did not. That was it for me. I'd rather go
Now
back
I'm
to get
sorry
that.
you had to go through that, brother.
Yeah. But I'm not. You can go up there though. You can go up there. Them niggas, hey, they like they.
Nah, I'm not gonna let her go up there because Culture Invasion Podcast is up there.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let Amanize cannot go north for the 275 loop.
Yeah.
She can't she can't go north of the 275 loop. That
Well.
reminds me of when I was in after my heart attack. Long story short, I had a heart attack. Didn't know I had a heart attack. I had a heart attack in November, the second week of November. I woke up when I was in a coma. I woke up on in December 1st, actually on my birthday, and my muscles were in atrophy. So I couldn't do nothing. I was a newborn infant. I couldn't do the basic stuff. So I went to this. I bounced around from several nursing homes. I was in one. I ended up with a bowel obstruction. Had to go back in the hospital, get my stomach pumped, and then I ended up in another recovery facility. Ended up getting sick there. Had to go back into the hospital, and I ended up in this place called Majestic Care. Bite Me. It's in Fairfield. Um, I remember on the I went there. I got physical therapy every day. That helped me. I got physical therapy every day instead of once a week for 30 minutes. That helped me. I started walking again. I started going to the bathroom by myself. Again, I went there. I was in bad shape. I even had a wound on my backside from being in the hospital because the aide left me on a metal bedpan and it cut into me and then it got infected because I already passed stool. So I was in a bad way. So after healing, I got off of the IV and I was asking. I got discharged from the physical therapy, and the nurses kept asking me, "Why are you still here?" I said, "They won't give me my discharge papers." So on February 14th, I remember February 14th, I received a letter through CareSource. CareSource mailed it to Majestic Care,
Oh man, care
and
source.
yeah,
That shit. Yeah, that shit.
CareSource said because I no longer need the IV, I no longer need physical therapy. Everything that I'm getting now, I could get at home. They wasn't gonna pay for me to be in there anymore, and they didn't realize that I knew the insurance game from dealing with the other nursing homes. They tried to get me to switch to United Healthcare or not. I think it was called United. I can't remember the name. And I said
Hmm.
no, no, because right now open enrollment is over with. Give me my discharge papers. Well, we need to make sure you're safe at home. Why wouldn't I be? This is what the woman told me. Why wouldn't I be safe in my own house? Give me my discharge papers. February 14th, I asked that lady 4 times for my discharge papers. They wouldn't give them to me. To the 19th, I asked for my discharge papers. And the reason being, asking for your discharge papers allows you to take the medication they have there for you home. So I didn't have to go to the pharmacy and re-up my medication. It was already there. I could take it with me. That's why I wanted my discharge papers. On the 19th, I got 3 numbers from a nurse. She gave me the corporate number. And no, she gave me 2 numbers, the corporate number to Majestic Care, and she gave me the number to the Ohio Board of Medicine. I think that's what it's called. Later that day, I called my people. I said, come and get me. I signed myself out because I told them. They was like, well, Mr. Gaines, you're going to have to stay here longer than you think. I said, I'll walk out that front door. Watch me. So my people rolled me up to the front door. I stood up out of that wheelchair and I walked out that front door. Later, I called the Ohio board on them and filed charges against them, and they got investigated. And I got a letter saying that my accusations have been substantiated. They would not let me go home. See, their plan was they knew I was getting disability. Their plan was to keep me there long enough for them to take my disability and give me a $50 a month allowance out of my own money that I paid into the system all my working life.
Yeah, that sound like Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
That sound like Ohio. Real talk. Ohio was. That's what we. And I love. I'm raised in Youngstown, but
Uh-huh.
that sound like, and you know, like
I was
Columbus.
so mad. I was scared while I was in there. I was scared to say something, to call on him while I was in there. And Mr. Truman, I'll never forget his name. He was an older guy, real older. And he said, brother, they trying to keep you. And he hit me up on the game. And I said, okay, all right, cool. Watch this. I called my people the next day. They came and got me. I left all their stuff right there. All Majestic Care stuff. I left it all right there. And I took all my possessions with me. And I filed the charges. They got investigated. My charges were substantiated, and the rest is history.
Yeah, you gotta.
I bet
Yeah,
you they won't do that again.
no, trust me. They. I bet you they did it again because Ohio
Yeah.
do a lot of. You know, what I'm saying like not like up north, northern Ohio,
Uh-huh.
but between that area of like Columbus and a little bit up, like Zanesville, um, all them areas like that. Well, they grimy as shit, dog. I mean,
Ain't that where they building that new
IBM.
Intel processor plant up there
Yep.
in the
Hmm.
614 area?
Right off
And then
that, right off there, off the highway. Yep.
up there by Dayton, they're building the Bucky gas station up that way.
Oh, they got a Bucky gas station up there now. That's
Yeah,
all over
they'll be opening up. As soon as they open up, I'm going up there to get that brisket sandwich. I
crazy.
ain't gonna lie about that.
Nah, but yeah, man, it's yeah, that's why I had to get up out of there, man. I just
Well,
mm-mm.
I love Cincinnati. I've been in I've been in San Antonio. I've been to Little Rock. I've been to Dallas. I've been to St. Louis. I've been to Connersville. I've been to Cheney Air Force Base, and Rancho, Illinois is not Cheney Air Force Base isn't there anymore. But I always come back to Cincinnati. It must be the chili.
I like Cincinnati. Cincinnati got a lot of dope spots, but you know,
I like
it's
the speed of Cincinnati. We're not New York. We're not Atlanta. You know, we're Midwest city. You know, we got there are a lot of there, Ohio has one of the highest, I guess if I say it right, like money per capita because the GE plant is here. That's where they make jet engines and stuff. We got Procter and Gamble here. What else is here? We have what's that? Sam Adams is here. Um,
Budweiser.
Budweiser's is here. We got Kellogg's, but there's several Kellogg's plants around here.
It used to be Swabos. Swabos used to be, but they closed the plant down. Kroger's Bakery. They had
Yeah,
that.
Kroger's Bakery is here. Kroger's have 2 distribution centers here. Kroger's headquarters is here. Chiquita headquarters used to be here, but I don't know if they're still in business. Of course, we got the baseball, we got football, we got hockey. Now we got soccer. Yeah. Of course, we're in the region of major college teams. We got the Bearcats, we got the Hoosiers, we got the Musketeers, we got the Flyers. Of course, we got the Buckeyes. Across the river, we got the Wildcats. We have what's that? Norsemen. We got them. Then we have several major minor league teams around here. We had the Dayton Dragons. We got one in Florence. I forget what's this called. And then we got they build up the entertainment district. They call it the Banks. They build up the entertainment district along the river. I like Cincinnati. I do.
I like Cincinnati. Cincinnati also got a lot of y'all got it's a lot of red bones out there. It's a lot of red bones out there. I ain't
I
gonna
don't
hold
know.
you.
I kind of like this Swiss Miss lady that's out in the Carolinas,
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
but yeah, she know it. Ain't no secret. Everybody know. I talk about her all the time.
Mhm.
She don't pay me no attention though.
No,
She
she know
tell
you
me.
a
She
player,
say,
nigga. She know you a play. She know you a player.
I ain't no player. I just crush a lot. Nah, she told me. I'm gonna tell you what she told me. She said, "You got work to do." That's what she said.
Oh,
Now, I didn't say anything. I didn't push back on it. I said, "Well, yeah, you're right. Yeah." And she didn't. She never says no. She just tells me I have work to do.
You know why I said that.
Yeah, I know why. I know why.
but you gotta respect that though.
I do. I
You
respect it.
gotta. You know how rare that is. I'm gonna hold you. You know how hard. You know how rare that is for women to be perfect, to not be perfectly honest, but just to be honest and just tell you up front. Yeah, you
Yeah,
got what to do, partner. Oh, why you say that? And they tell you right there on the spot instead of sugarcoating shit and all this.
yeah. She
That's so
wasn't
Wait,
rare.
but
mean.
then
Rare,
I
dog.
can't get the same thing in return.
Oh,
She wasn't
oh,
mean. She wasn't
oh,
That's
belligerent.
what I'm
Wait a
saying.
minute,
That's what
hold
I'm
on.
saying, Trevor. Like
oh.
I don't be asking. I don't be asking. I don't ask for anything I don't give. So again, you're saying me and Derek have had conversations, and talked
Right.
about different things. You know what I'm saying? And so like when he said it, and I was like, you got work to do. He was like, I know.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
that's why.
I can't say
But
look past this and look past that because even if she did look past it, and I got some work to do. Even if she did look past it, I gotta go through the living tribunal. So what her telling me I got work to do, she literally preparing me for the Q&A. And if it gets serious like that, I put on a shirt and tie because it's an interview. I gotta represent. I gotta act like I want something. I gotta dress like I want something. This is what I was told to do. When you go to an interview, you wear a shirt and tie. That's what it is to me. I told her about that.
I mean, I agree, but I think the
I
most
mean,
important
it's
part is,
frustrating, you're saying, to be out here, you know what I'm saying, and be honest with people, and then you got folks lying, you know what I'm saying, and then I got folks lying to me. Like, the
listen,
Because
hell?
they don't deserve
that,
you.
that's
You don't
why.
gotta lie to kick it. They don't deserve you. They don't. A woman don't deserve a man. They gotta lie to him. The man don't deserve a woman. He gotta lie to her. It's all part of the game.
Listen, and that's the one. I'm gonna be real with you. That's the one of the reasons why I married one lady, because she is straightforward, and you know what I'm saying. Even though she said, "Yeah, I'm gonna have you," like she was just honest with it. Yeah, I'm gonna have your kid. I'm like, oh, you know that for sure. Yeah, and like we had, like I asked all them questions, like she asked all her questions, and I asked all my questions, like on the very first date. And our date started from 2 p.m. and it ended at 2 a.m. So it was probably my best. It was definitely my best date. But
I ain't
she
never had a date that long.
yeah, like even now she's straightforward and straight. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, you ain't got to sugarcoat nothing with me. You can just tell me if I'm doing something wrong. Just tell me. I don't like even the other one I was with. She was straightforward too. You know what I'm saying? You know, but it's you know that's what I'm saying. Like that is it's a rare quality.
It is rare.
I'm saying a move.
Let me tell you, man. Let me tell you, bro. That I'm gonna have to get off. My very first time in Amanai's chat, I have said I don't date black women, and
Mhm.
she gave me this look. She didn't say anything. She gave me this look, and I had to clarify that later. Boy, I said, I felt that energy coming through the TV, looking dead at me. Like, what is my problem? But I explained to her, I haven't been dating black women because I don't date. The way I said it made it seem like I only date
White
other
women.
races, white women.
Mhm.
And she was ready to tear into me. That's
I
how our
know.
friendship began.
Listen, the little guy with that evil grin.
Yeah, yeah. I see her. That's how our friendship began, man. Cause she gave me this look like, oh, man, I don't like black men who they only date white women. She was ready to tear into me. I had to explain.
But
No,
do you understand why she feeling that way though?
I understood why.
Okay. Yeah, because
I
I
understood.
know.
And see, there's no misunderstanding between us. I don't have to agree with her. She doesn't have to agree with me, but I understand her point of view. I understand what she's trying to tell me, and she understands what I'm trying to say. We don't always agree. I tell her I disagree. We talked about we've been talking lately about Black history being taught in school, and she says that it should be taught at home. It's our job to educate our kids.
Yeah,
I sent her a clip that this guy's talking. When Black history is being taught in school, it gives our kids a sense of purpose, a sense of a pride when it's being taught in school. I understand we're supposed to reinforce that as a parent. I understand that. But I also think it should be part of the curriculum, just like the European history is taught. That's what I think. And we
I mean,
disagree with the approach.
well, it would be different if if they would tell the truth. But see, they give us the same 411 each year, every, you know what I'm saying? Like the same bullshit instead of
Yeah.
telling the real hit. Like niggas didn't know that the greatest emperor of Rome was a black person. They didn't know that shit.
Nope.
They ain't gonna teach that shit in school. But they'll tell
Nope.
you about the Roman soldiers and all that bullshit and how the
They won't
Roman
tell you.
Spartans and you know what I'm saying? That niggas didn't know that. That's they don't
They
really
won't
tell you
tell you
the
about the
truth.
Moors. They
Yeah, they
won't
don't
tell
tell you
you
about
about the oldest paintings. They're in the Vatican. The oldest paintings that are in the Vatican or in the lower parts of basically the basement that shows the early Christians. They were black. They 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 won't tell you that.
but that's
They
the
they
part.
they, they won't tell you about the person that invented the filament so Thomas Edison can invent the light bulb. Or was
But
it the cotton gin?
see, that's what I'm saying. Like they don't tell you these things in school. So I kind of understand what you say. You should be at home teaching your kids because even when my son is in the truck with me and he ride with me for the summertime,
Uh,
every day I just take 2 hours out and we put something on YouTube and we'll listen to it. It could be Marcus Garvey, it could be it could be Thomas Edison, it can be something with Dr. Claude Anderson. Hell, it can be even like, you know what I'm saying? Because I had to reiterate to my own kids, you know how much shit that we invented that's literally ran off in society right now? Like, you don't even
yeah,
realize, like, the heat that you have in your home was literally not, it was formed due to, from a woman when her husband was at war. And, you know, back in them days, they didn't have, they, you know, when they heat up the house, it only heat up the front room. So
yeah,
every
and
other
right in front
room,
of the fireplace.
right, right. So every other room was cold as shit. So she designed a way to where it you know, it could, the heat just kind of vent to other rooms, and that was kind of where it started. So I had to, you know, I'm like, you don't, I'm like, think about it, like they just now telling the story about the three women who literally designed the super computer program that sent the
Mm-hmm.
dude to space, all that. They don't tell none of that shit in school.
The woman who invented GPS, the guy who invented the video games, the guy who invented cell
RIDE,
phone.
the turn signals on your on the Mercedes Benz, where the guy is still suing right now to the day in
Mm.
2006. The turning signals that you have on your mirrors. The guy that Tesla was literally designed by a black man, believe it or not.
I believe it because
It
that e truck is crap. They said that's the only thing Elon Musk designed. Everything else somebody else made.
Mm.
I mean, true, but that's what I'm saying. I'm like, all that shit should be tied at home, though. I do agree with that. I don't.
I
That's why I
disagree.
said
I think
COVID C-19 was C-19 was the area where it should have been the wake up call. Like y'all niggas don't teach y'all kids shit. Don't teach y'all kids shit. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think I think it should be uh optional course or an elective course taught in schools because I know for a fact they teach medieval well they probably don't, but when I was in school they taught medieval cultures, they taught European history, which is civics. um, I just think that personally it should be an elective course for those who want to know about their history besides, we were slaves brought over. Oh, your people sold your people. I mean, come on now. What's the real story? You
And
know,
listen,
I never
these
gonna
and
people,
finish the story, so I don't know why you still going through that.
yeah, bro,
because
listen,
I
they,
just I just feel like I will always feel like it should be taught.
listen.
I
They're not
just
going
think
to do it. Even if they did offer a Black History class, it's gonna be the same stuff that you've been getting the whole time. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like
It
it's
ain't
gonna
gonna
be the
be
same
but
nothing
this is why
bullshit.
you have Black historians design their curriculum because we already know about Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King,
They're not
Rosa
gonna do
Parks.
it. They're not
Um,
gonna do it, dog.
a lot
Trust
of
me.
people don't know who Huey P. Newton is. A lot of people don't know
That's where YouTube
Maya
comes.
Angelou. Well, what she really stood for. Yeah, she was a great poet, but who was she? Angela Davis. Uh,
Bruh, they're listen. I mean, well, now it's different because they're literally destroying the government thing. So it might be totally different. I don't. It might be. We don't know yet, but it's scary. But I'm gonna say it like this: before, I mean, think about it, dog. Like, think about it.
What happened?
The shit that
You did.
what's that shit? The shit that remember that show where the black actor was telling the damn truth and they got rid of his ass real quick?
You talking about the dude on Grey's Anatomy,
I think
Isaiah
so. When he
Washington.
was on a boat with the slaves and he was telling the slaves this was gonna happen 100 and something years from now. God, I wish I could remember, but it was a deep ass scene. And they got rid of him. They're not
I
gonna
think it
never let
was
that
him.
shit. But let me let you go because it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. But
Mm.
it was a good show though.
I thank you for stopping by.
Oh, for sure. I was like, oh, she on. Let me see what she talking about.
Even though we ain't get all the way through, but we'll pick it up at a later date. But I'll be back tomorrow. We got to talk about Umar, his daughter, and Tommy and all of that because Tommy went in on him last week.
I'm sorry, I dropped my phone on the floor. I had to
We heard
wind my
it hit the floor. I was like, child, what is going on with the phone?
my bad. My
What?
bad.
Tommy
I
Sotomayor went off on Umar.
Huh, yeah. Tommy went off on Umar. It was
Umar's a joke.
he went all the way in. We gonna get to
He
Yeah,
messed. He
I
made
heard
against
Umar was on the
Biggie
warpath.
Nice.
I'm like, nah, nigga, no,
He
no, stay
messed.
over there with your
He made
scamming. Food. You was
against
always
child
blaming the
support.
black man. Now all of a sudden, now you on the men's side. Nah, you goofy ass
Yeah,
nigga.
talking about
You
he
stay
gonna
right
put
over there.
together. Wait, I wrote it down. Some kind of
We're gonna put together a
coalition. I
coalition.
was like, child, yeah, was it
Nah,
black
nigga.
I'm
men
King.
against family court?
All
I'm
the
King
shit you would say about
Consciousness.
fathers, all the shit you was saying about when the men was sitting here talking about some, bruh, no, that ain't that. You know what I'm saying? We fighting against. Nah, y'all niggas is weak and y'all blaming it. And now all of a sudden, your daughter airing your ass out, and you saying a whole but now you want some coalition. Nah, dog, don't. Hey,
Yeah,
I don't want.
he gonna put together a coalition. You know what I'm saying? Black men against family court. I said, okay then, Umar.
What?
Mhm.
No.
We gonna get into it tomorrow. We gonna get into it. We gonna get into it.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys, man. Y'all get some rest. I got to get up in a couple hours. Take my daughter
Me too. I
to
gotta
her
work. I gotta work.
appointment.
I'll be right back in here.
Do your thing.
Hey,
Thanks, Big Chick. Yeah,
like,
we will be
subscribe.
on. Make sure you got your notifications. I'm gonna have my life
What
together.
time you plan on going on?
Hmm.
What time you plan on going on?
What time do I have this scheduled for? Let me look. I'm gonna have my life together, y'all. I ain't gonna be frustrated over bullshit.
Mm,
Hold on.
mm.
10:30. I might come on a little earlier, but yeah, it'll at least be 10. Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm glad you're coming back. You know, you're the only woman's channel I really go on. I don't go on other
Really?
women. I don't go on other women's channel. They be on a bunch of bullshit. But besides Raw B, but
Yeah.
you are the only women's channel I've ever really been on for real.
Oh wow. Well,
Check
For
out
real. Like,
look at
Nessie's pretty good, and
I don't
Mona D
be
is pretty good.
I'm just trying to tell y'all, you know what I'm saying, about you know what I'm saying life is I see it and try to help, you know what I'm saying, us get try to get on track so this stuff can stop happening. Like, damn. Like y'all just don't y'all like for real, like this shit frustrating as hell. Like
I definitely understand.
God
That's why I
damn.
said like Iz was talking about that '90s shit earlier, and I was like, damn, I miss them days, bro. I wish I was grown up. If I was grown in them days, oh my God, I would love it. I would love it.
Mhm.
I miss the
I wish I was
80s,
grown in them days, like in the night, like in the '90s era. Man, oh my
70s, and
God,
80s.
I wish I was grown in them days. I ain't gonna hold you. If we can just have a semblance of that,
For
even
real.
just 20%, even just 20% of that, I think this shit will work out. But right now, we got like less than 3%. You shit got,
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying? It's going back, but it's painful just getting to that. You like a lot of the mother, these kids, these dudes, like
Like,
you
yeah,
know,
it's the expectation that everything is gonna be easy. Shit ain't easy.
right?
I mean, I'm not saying it's got to be a dog fight, but it ain't. It's not gonna be where you're never challenged, you're never inconvenienced, you never frustrated, you never anything. But like the hell,
Yeah, I
seriously.
definitely understand.
All right, guys, I'm gonna check out. I'll see
All
you
right,
guys
All
later
right, we will see you
and be
later,
yeah,
safe.
Derek. Thank you for stopping by.
definitely great conversation.
40 ounce
Man,
dreams and watermelon wishes. Peace.
all right,
What shot? What?
later.
Don't say that because I want some good
The,
watermelon.
the whack ass Buckeyes. Later.
Bye, bro.
Bye, y'all. All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all for stopping by. It's been an interesting evening. Um, we gonna pick this up, but again, don't miss the message because you are stuck on the messenger. Um, and definitely, I'm gonna end on this note. In your interpersonal relationships, definitely it's okay to be cautious, but don't be so hell bent on not putting anything on the line that you don't even give things a chance to get started. Definitely you gonna get out what you put in. So with that, I again appreciate y'all for stopping by. I will see y'all tomorrow for Tommy Tuesdays, where we're gonna get into this Umar Johnson situation. Until then, y'all be safe. Bye.